Am I back? Uh, I crashed. Lesson for myself. Oops, crashed. I think I'm back. Let me see. Am I actually back? I don't know if the title is correct anymore. I rushed a little bit. Okay, I think we're still okay here. A bit of a technical difficulty, if you will. Okay, that looks okay. So lesson is that don't try to connect and split your display port in the middle of the stream. I also changed the stream setting a little bit. I changed it so that I think the quality should be better. The quality of the stream, I mean, because I upped the bit rate. I was looking for some information. Oh, yes. I also need to change the setting for the monitor or my tablet, because right now if I try to do something on the screen, it's on that one instead of this here. Oh man, a lot of things to take care of here. Let's see. I wonder how to change that. Syntake. Or Wacom. Maybe I have Wacom tablet property. Yes, I do. Nice. Okay, well. Device. Do I do this? Will that work? Yes, it's here. Okay. I don't know how I'm going to calibrate because I can't see the screen. Because as soon as I plug in the screen for this, it's just breaking down. So I'm going to have to just do it this way. Do it the old-fashioned way, which is don't look down into the screen of your tablet. Instead of using the fancy method, I have to just look at the screen and figure out where I am. All right. My goodness. Okay, so the one thing that I was struggling with, I have to admit, was the idea of tile maps. Like, because what we're experiencing, I think, if I'm correct, is one of these things where, oops, if you have, oh, whoa, why is it all choppy? Okay, there you go. So if we have a tile, like so, whoops. Oh, this is going to be hard. I can already tell. If we have a tile, and if we have a person, an entity, like so, we are saying basically, I'm going to lock this so I don't move this. Basically, the Y sort makes it so that, oh my goodness, can I stop? There you go. Y sort makes it so that as soon as the character 00 goes past the center of the tile 00, which we said basically the 00 for the tile is right here, like this level right there. So if the character is below that Y, like so, it's in front, but as soon as the character goes over it, it's behind, which is okay for a single tile, I think. Hi, Mikori. So this is okay because Y sort works. If this is the origin, as soon as the player goes past it, they're behind the tile. Cool. But problem right now that I see is if we have two of these, for example, where this is a single entity, when the character is right here, it's okay. It comes over here, it's okay because I can't go behind this. This is all good. But as soon as I come down here, where I'm like this, there's a, depending on how far into the tile I can go. If I'm like right here, for example, because the character right now, right? Character is behind this. Well, I mean, this should be considered behind. Like, there has been some cases where like character has been overlapping like this for some reason. McCray says, yesterday I had my final math quiz and final thing for the semester, meant to catch the stream, but it was like 5 to 10 minutes after you finished, lol. Now I'm free until September 2nd. Oh, that's nice. Congrats on being finished. Hey, Courage. So I think this is what's happening, but you know, there's that issue right here. Maybe I should open my other one so I can actually move around pretty freely. So we need to figure out this Y source situation a little bit. Oh, by the way, I was saying that I'm feeling pretty low energy today as well, so we'll see how far I go. I wanna focus on doing some Y sort situation, figure that out, and then do some art. I also create an art account in TikTok, so I'm going to try to do something with the art account because I do like drawing art. I kind of want to actually make like pixel art, like printed out pixel art stuff. Yeah, I want to see how that goes. So I'm making some studies here. And I'm not going to tell you what the account is. I want you guys to naturally find it. Don't go looking for it. We'll see. Only those who the algorithm allows. So let me go here. For if you remember this game, we have some Y source situation, right? So we come here and we go like this. Right here, I'm in front of it. Even the origin is down here. So I think the origin is the issue. We need to make it so that the base origin is at the bottom. So that's one thing. That means we're going to have to make a lot of other changes. So that's the first thing. Right now, for some reason, the Y sorting is based on this top part instead of the bottom part. So we definitely want it to be Y sorted based on the bottom part of the tile. But that means it's going to shift everything over. So we're going to have to manage that. By the way, is the stream quality any different for you guys? Oh, also, I need to change the mic delay. I noticed that there's a delay between the camera and the voice. Like, my voice happens after the camera, so maybe more like 129 instead of 250. How about now? Should be okay, I think. Hello. Still feels a little delayed, huh? Should I just get rid of the delay? I don't know. Is it because the camera's delayed? Is the camera delayed or the mic delayed? I think, I mean, camera's definitely delayed. I don't know. Whatever. We'll figure it out eventually. Curse is not for me. Okay, well, either way. We'll see. Okay. So for the upper layer, I'm going to go look into this and see what the tile origin situation is, because that's the main issue. So if we look over here and we say, hey, physics layer, or not physics layer, if we look at the texture origin, see, it's on the top. The top is considered the origin. So we need to kind of change this for walls. Though I don't know if that means I'll be able to walk on top of it, or if I need to... Like, if I change this, everybody else is going to change, I think. I almost feel like there needs to be two different versions, the copies of the dungeon tiles, one that's meant to be a wall and one that's meant to be the ground. Because as soon as I shift this, everything is going to move around. Which maybe is okay. Well, we'll see. Let's do a little bit of surgery and see how that goes. My goodness. If I move the origin to be like 14, and shifting it over 16. That's too much. 15. Is that too much? I don't know. It's what, 10? Okay, almost there. 11. Let's see, what is that? I'm getting notifications here. Thanks for the sub, Sip Stitcher on YouTube. Welcome. But yeah. I guess I don't have to fix anything if everything just kind of works. If we say, hey, this is the Y sort of these walls. For example, I mean, that makes sense to me that it should be like that. But this is going to basically shift everything over, as you can see. But if everything gets shifted, it's okay, right? That means it's working. I just need to move everything down by that much or something. Something like that. Let me just see if the collision layer works properly here. Tile set. I think it should be okay. Collision visibility. Okay. Upper layers here. Collision layer. Yeah, it looks a little bit off, huh? Yeah, so this one now needs to be 0, 0 for the transform. So, wait. Hold on. I want to get rid of the upper layer here real quick. It needs to be shifted up by 11? No, more. Even more? Jeez. Is that right? I think that's right. That's it, actually. And then we have upper layer here like this, which looks right, at least. If everything is shifted over, does it just work? I just need to make sure all the other characters get shifted over too by that much, I think. Because that's how I designed the space. I'm going to have to change some of the shifting. Oh, okay. The Y sort just looks right now. Huh. Okay. This just means that since everybody's shifted over now, all the entities that I had before, all these characters and torches, I think I just need to shift it by, what do you call, 16 maybe? Here, I'll just use this as a guide, like so. A little bit more maybe. It's hard to tell. It wasn't exact science to begin with, so it's a little tricky. That looks okay. Let's see. How does this part look? Maybe this was it. Still feels a little off. That's okay. Maybe this. Oop. I think this was more centered like that. Hopefully this. I don't know if this was like this close to the left or not. At least torches should be okay. Oh, interesting. Torches are considered... Okay, well, we need to bring it forward in front of it. That's okay. We can manage that. WASD is okay. I think... I don't know. This looks okay, I think. This seems like pillars in the right place. This feels right. Yeah. And I can just adjust individuals separately. All right, so the torches shouldn't be white sorted apparently because I think the torches are just in front of the walls. So it needs to be a separate layer called wall decorations. Could be no 2D or tile map layer. I might as well do another tile map layer here and say upper layer decoration, which we'll just grab the torches, all these, and move that over here so it's in front of it. And then let's see, the transform has to be, I think, comparable, meaning it's on the same skew, minus 25 for this one. Go minus 25 and then move the torches down. Good enough, I think. All right, I think this will work here. Okay, so apparently I didn't have to do any like crazy work. Isometric white sort works fine as long as we pick the right origin. That's good. That's good. I'm gonna get rid of the collision layer force show here. Oh, all right. I need to move the save points as well altogether. Save points, I think. Whoa, why can't they move together? What is this one? Oh, it's an event point. Okay, well, that's one needs to move like so. And then the safe area can all move as well. Like so, I think. I think they're correct. Wait, what are these? Isn't it like this? Yeah, that looks a little bit better. Makes more sense. Okay. Why sort fixed? All right. There's absolutely no video to be made. I don't know why people made it seem like it's impossible. The overlap looks okay. This looks kind of perfect. All right. Well, now we know the Y sword is fixed. That's pretty cool. I'm just going to upload this real quick. Do I need to upload this? Yeah, I do. Though I don't know. I haven't tested it. I think I'm going to be very cautious. Thanks, Courage. I got the little trophy cup here. Thanks for the follow, Prakar Kapoor. Let's see. I think we're good here. Okay. All right, back to Blood is Mana. Now that the white sword has been situated. Technically, I don't remember anything that happened there besides there's some A-star grid that I implemented on there. There's some sprites. Now that I have my tablet back connected, maybe I can do something. Prokakapor says, "Hey, bro, what's happening? I just spawned in." Oh, yay. Congrats on being spawned in, spawning into the world. Happy birthday, I guess. Not much is happening. We're just do game dev here on Godot. And I have like 5 different projects. We've been working on our GMTK Game Jam submissions before, and then we did some gameplays, and we've been making some post Game Jam changes. And today I want to kind of change gears again because my energy level is pretty low. I want to do some pixel art here and there, and also get on top of some of the games that we've been working on before. I mean, this gives me the idea of fixing this now. Back to Blood is Mana here. And we figured out for proper Y sorting, we need to change the origin to be at the bottom. So for example, this one, rendering. Oh, it is in the correct space, huh? Y sort origin. Oh, Y sort origin is the same thing as texture origin? You can have a texture origin and Y sort origin in a different spot. This is even better. Oh my gosh. Because this allows us to have different drawing points. That's kind of sick, actually. It's pretty cool. 28. This probably needs to be like more like 24. That looks right. Okay, 26 seems right. Wow, that's really good. So we can actually adjust the Y sort origin without having to worry about texture origin. That means I don't have to change the layout and do all those things that we were doing earlier. That's pretty cool. This is the main one. They all share the same thing. Sick. Prakar, the way people just call me bro, says, you work for a company, bro? No, I work my own company now. Before that I did. I don't know. I talked about it several times enough that I don't really feel like I need to unless you really want to know. But I was a software engineer for like, I want to say 12 years before doing content making and solo developing. And right now I'm just doing this full time. Content making full time. That is where we are. That's the life we live. Okay. All right. So we have a hub level, I think. Nexus Null says hello. Hello, Nexus. Welcome. How are you? Okay. So we got into the level test, and this was created in order for us to test the movement, which we did. So we can place a character, select a character, and then move them. And then we can, I think, press some key to have it go and test if it goes around. Sick. Okay, so that's all working fine. I'm noticing that the Y sort is a little bit off here still. And that was because the characters needs to be at 0, 0, and then they also need to be Y sorted, well, inserted on the same level as where the Y sort needs to happen. Yeah, so it should be on the wall layer. It's whatever floor the player is in, the player character or the assets needs to be, which I guess is not a big problem. So for example, here we have a hub level, and then it has a map. And then the player character is actually on top of all this, right? We got the cursor character, select a cursor character. So I think I want to see where the player insert happens. So player. Unfortunately, I have to re-understand how my codes are all structured because it's been a few months since I worked on this. Adam says, isometricing. Isometricing? Yes, we are isometricing, or whatever you call that. We're back on our Blood is Mana, which is a card-based tactics game. Let's see. We're looking at the hub level. I want to look at the test level here. and see what the place character command is doing. On place character click, we're simply saying grid selection mode. We're putting the level in a grid selection mode, which means the cursor is on. And when we click, which is handled where? Click on the map, place character, we have this thing. Okay. So when we're placing a character currently, we're placing it on just on top of everything instead of placing it within the level. So we need to make that change now, I think. So hub level here, among many other functions, we want a function called place character, I think, or place entity on layer, probably. Unhandled input. Ooh, my mouse battery is very low right now. As soon as I can find my USB to USB-C somewhere in here. Oh, gosh. It's one of these. You know what? I'm going to use the restroom real quick and then I'll come back and find it. Found it. All right. Gotta connect my Shroud 302G Logitech mouse onto the power source. Not sponsored. But I would be a great sponsor if I were to be a sponsor. Program with extra precision with your mouse. I guess gaming mouse and keyboard is worst advertised in a programming channel for sure. But we can make it work. YouTube clip. You made a clip? What is this? Courage. I can't even hear. Somewhere in here. Courage is like, oh, this is a proof that Ezra's room is a messy place. Why? Me looking behind the monitor to find an extra cable doesn't mean I have a messy layout, does it? Why is it saying that it's still low? I'm charging it. That's funny me see the setting if it's charging or not. Yeah. Let Windows app location. What do you need my location for? Suspicious. All right. Come on. Tell me it's charging. Yeah, it is charging. 18%. It's not critically low. They're overreacting here. Anyways. I wonder if I need to redo this. I did a lot of things here. I'm going to try to reorganize. And now this is a point where I'm like, oh, I wish I documented all the designs and stuff so I can quite understand what's going on. But also, a skill issue. If I could properly organize my code, then I wouldn't need it. Handle character selection. That's different. So I guess it seems like character is in here. I'm not really sure. Select a character. Where the selected character goes. Move selected character. Okay. So selection is handled separately. Here like that. So I place it, but then the character is not within this layer. Select a character. I want to see the move select a character thing. We have a target position here. We're doing the navigation for the result. Character, we're grabbing it from the selected character, which is assigned handle character selection. And that is character dot. There's a signal by the character that says, hey, I'm being selected. Oh, character is being added. Oh, no, but then it's being added on top here. Okay, at the hub level. Right, and then now we want to make it so that we actually insert it on the map itself. So level map here. Level map. And I guess that means we want to have a insert entity thing within the map node as well. So we have map to global, which is the coordinate conversion function. And this is the opposite of that in the reverse direction. All of this is nice. Next thing I think, thanks for the follow-up, Who. Next thing I think, we definitely want to, I think it is definitely the function of the map where we say, basically func insert entity, I guess. Insert sounds like we're doing like queues and database. I think what we want to do is place entity, and then we want to do it at level. Level being some number between 0, 1, 2, 3, right? 0 is base level. Yeah. And decoration will be on top of the middle layer. Cool. I think this should work. Xavier says, loser Ezra. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. We got place entity here. We're going to put it on level. And tile maps already have them in certain layer, I think. So we're going to say basically probably if level is greater than equal to the size, then we don't want to handle this. We probably want to error out as well. Print error. Level in map doesn't exist, and then provide that level like that. And otherwise, I think we just simply grab that layer. So we say tile map layer, the level 0, 1, 2, basically. Or level is, I guess, negative. Should the negative be hand? Oh, no, probably not. I would say if it's negative, also say it doesn't exist. We're just going to simply add child. Hey, the entity, which will be some sort of node 2D, hopefully. And then just insert that. And I think this, yeah, some sort of node 2D. Like so. Okay. Oh, Kings on YouTube, message deleted. I guess we're getting a lot of spams today. That's the kind of day we are living in. Hey, Rotowom. Long time no see, I think. Not since the GMTK stuff. All right. So the map itself is pretty simple, I think. At the hub level... Oh, thanks for the raid. Aosorarisu with 1 person. Great. We appreciate every race. Aosorarisu says, how goes it? Oh, hey, I remember you, actually. It was blue something something. Aosorarisu. Well, welcome back. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Unfortunately, it doesn't trigger the shiny activation because we capped it at 5, but it's okay. Aosora says, I think Chet fell asleep since I had no code testable. Oh, it's okay. It happens. Hey, what matters is that you are doing it every day. I already follow you, right? No? Okay, I'm going to follow you. There you go. Rotowom says, lol, yeah, studying for exams, math degree. Oh, fun. Math degree. The theoretical creators. I say this like it means anything. I used to be a physics major. Up until I think I had 2 credit hour left before graduating it, but then I got a job in computer science, so I just said, I'm going to drop my double major and get a single major and get a job instead. Best decision I made, I think. I only mentioned this because physics is applied math. What are you talking about? Your math degree? Our Sorority says, just mean you now need to have physics in your game. Yeah. I mean, I did that. You know what's funny? The original intention of me taking the physics major was because I wanted to make simulations, like physics simulations. That has been always be my goal. And ironically, making games is kind of physics simulation, just for different purposes, which is funny. Yeah. Anyways. Let's see. I'm getting some text messages I need to sort out. Rowam says, I have 2 physics classes in my 3rd year. I hate them, Lamau. The more I code games, the more physics and math I come across, Lamau. Yeah, and I mean, it's like applied physics and math. It's fun, though. Sorarisu says, you could make a serious game solving real-life physics problem as a game. If only. It's just there's a lot of... that's like the... ideal thinking that I was thinking about, being like, oh my god, how cool would it be, just like, because at the time that was like what, 15 years ago, maybe even more. I don't know, the time is slipping in my head. Unfortunately, I'm that old. Because in my head I was like, okay, well, I saw the neural network at the time. By the way, AI has been around for a long time. The whole neural network is actually from the early 90s, I think. Maybe even then, before then. The early days of computing. Well, if we can simulate brain and we just find out things work, what happens if you simulate, the behaviors of the fundamental, I don't know what you would call it, building blocks of the world, you know? And then can you study that? That was always been something that I was interested in thinking about, but obviously that would take a lot. Rotoworm says, I don't know about fun, man, but I don't hate it, so that's something. Well, you know what? That's the best we could ask for, I guess. Ao says, you can make a series. Oh, no, I already read that. It's okay. All right. So we are placing a character. We have a level map. This one, I think, is simple enough. It just means that for each of the layer, I want to turn on Y-sort, actually. I don't know what this is, actually. I've never seen this. On rendering, there's a Y-sort origin. This Y-sort origin value is added to each tile. Oh! You can do tile level Y-sort origin. You know what? Wow. That's kind of dope, actually. That's so cool. I mean, this means that the tile map layer actually has a lot more control over sorting than I initially thought. It's just that I haven't used it. I'm sure there will be usage later. X draw order reversed. You could even change the draw order based on the X position. I want to see what the quadrant size does. Now I'm looking at the rendering that it's like it's pretty cool, actually. There's a lot of stuff in here. Oh, it's so bright out here. I'm going to cover the sky with my window. Okay. Hopefully I won't be feeling as blinded by the world. So I guess I should probably light my face up a little bit. Let's see what the situation is. It's not too bad, right? It does feel artificial light-wise, but we can work with this. Ao says, yeah, AI in its current algorithm style has been around for a while. It's just we've been able to utilize them more with cloud and other tech improvements. Yeah. I mean, I remember when the theory, when we were studying about the theory, it's been a while. But in real application with like the processing and everything caught up, that the simulation was a real thing. I think with the cloud computing that really enabled it. I think, is that what you said? Yeah, cloud and other tech improvements. And the first thing they did was applying neural network on classification, and through classification, there was some breakthrough with AI vision. That was the next big thing at the time. I think more than like understanding language and predicting language, I think the next step that people were really looking into was vision classification. So identifying faces or naming things. But yeah, interesting times. Okay, this should work. We turned on Y-sort everywhere. That means, I think, Al says, oh, looks like I need to replant my strawberry. Oh, is your strawberry gone? Maybe it's possible that you had your strawberry when it was before I had the saving version. So it might be new. Jermaine is also speaking in Korean there. But it's funny because it's a pretty terrible translation. So on YouTube and Twitch, there are people trying to say loser Ezra. There are some few spammers out here. And that word, peja, Ezra, it doesn't really translate well. It's kind of silly. It's funny, like when people try to get at people in this environment, I don't know what they are trying to achieve. It certainly doesn't. It's a view. So thanks for being here. I mean, it's like, all right, guys. All right. I mean, interaction is interaction. Rotoworm says Google Translate trolling is crazy. Yeah, it really is. And it's funny because they want to be like, hey, okay, well, maybe it will be more offensive if I say it in the language that he understands. But the problem is I was born in America. So it's like, it doesn't feel any worse. I just happen to understand the language because of my family, but it's really funny. Hey, trolling or not, view is view. So I'm getting money, so I'm not really worried. Hi, Cooley. Welcome, welcome. Alice says, let's test this. Ooh, what are you testing? Oh, oh, by the way, okay, I don't know if you guys noticed, but then the rarity has changed. So I made a change so before, all right, not that this is a scholarly thing. Well, actually, maybe I can verbally try to explain it. So before it was 60% chance of getting a normal berry and then 40% chance of getting a special berry. And once you roll special berry, we roll within that special berry to pick which of the special berries you got. Basically, essentially, that was the idea. So the number of availability didn't matter before, like how many on each category didn't matter because it was like an equal distribution of rate as long as there's at least one. I changed it so that the normal berries are considered 5 in the pool and everybody else is just however many there are in the pool. So if there are more of them available, then it's higher likelihood to hit those. So things are easier to get now if there are supplies of it. Alsora Risu, you have this is a rare one. This is the most recent release. It's the most well animated one, I think. Your kick animation, and then if you do lurk, if you do lurk, try lurking. Al says, did my overwater do anything? Nope, you just lose the overwatering. It's okay, though. It's cheap. As you can see, our little squat berry squats. Very strong. Nice. Yes. Oh, by the way, there is a non-useful function called throw, where it's just, it throws a bullet. It doesn't do anything except just fires a bullet. Maybe it'll do something in the future. Oh, it says fair, fair. Yes. Yes. With this increased rate, everybody can get their specials. Yeah. All right. Getting so distracted. Cooley says, nice, another Diceberry Lamau. We definitely need to make it so that getting the same kind means like a different level or something. It would be cool to have some sort of base level like combat. I don't know what the combat would be. Like, you definitely can't be on real-time combat because I don't want to flood the chat with like attack, defend thing, you know, from people. But some sort of auto battler, but auto battler that also requires some skill would be interesting. Oh, you know what would be cool? Oh, this would be cool. If I make a auto chess, you know, those like the auto battler chess thing, or is it called auto chess? You know what I'm talking about. And then you guys can put your things on the pool. If there's multiples of the same kind, then they upgrade and stuff like that and fights against things. That could be really cool too. Anyways, Courage says, yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, thanks for agreeing. So on the hub level, we're placing something here. Place character. So instead of placing a character as part of the level, I think I'm going to place the character as the level map, which is one of these, I'm sure. Oh, it's not here. It doesn't exist. Okay, we'll do that level map here. So placing a character, that means I'm going to have to change a lot of these logic here. Place character with a character name to scene name, instantiate the character. We find its position and translate it to the global position. And then we're going to get the level map and place entity on the map on base level, I think. No, on the wall level. Right? Middle level. Because that's where the character will go back and forth. It's above the ground. Yeah, it's just above the ground. And then character is selectable. That's okay. Nothing else happens. I do want to know... okay, so we do place and then the movement as well. We have to select a character. And then moving is the same because we're on the same position. There's nothing else to do. Let's see if this works. Okay, we're going to go to the level test. Hopefully. Place character. Oh, slightly above now. So, seems like... yeah, it'll never reach this spot because its orientation is a little bit off. And it's off. Oh, I get it. I get it. It's off because... okay. Interesting. It's off because that second layer is slightly shifted. And then the origin is at the top instead of at the bottom. So if I might have to change that. I might have to make it so that for the tile sets, the texture origin is same as the Y texture origin, which is minus, what we're calling it, minus or 26 plus 26. So it's 26 like this. Oh, that's too much. Yeah, 13. There you go. 13 is perfect. So I'm just going to do this again. Might have to change this logic later, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. So if we say that over here, we have the base layer, middle layer. They're all shifted equally. Maybe that'll work okay. And then, let's see. We'll start from level test here. Jermaine is like, I'm Korean too. I'm like, okay, well, I mean, that's okay. Jermaine, that's pretty cool. But I can tell that it's not your first language. Someone dumb says, how long you been working on this game? This particular game, I mean, I worked on it for like, at the time, I worked on it for a week and submitted it. And I'm just coming back to it. This was during Pirate Jam 18, I want to say, or 16. Oh, it says 16. And then now I'm making some adjustments now. Kurt says, is that offensive? No, it's not offensive. Yes, it was he was saying, or they were saying that. Because they're claiming, because it's talking about what I was saying about spamming earlier. Jackie says, auto battler is what I've been seeing a lot. What you have been seeing a lot. I see. Okay. Cool. Yeah. And we have like 4 other projects, so we're going back and forth a lot. So we just adjusted the level, and then we're inserting the character, but I think the character position is a little bit off. So we're going to have to adjust that here. Place character. So we're placing it in a very specific grid position here, and we provide that to the hub level. So we might want to change that. So the grid position on hub level grid selected. This happens on grid selected here. And this triggers, let me see when this triggers grid selected. And we'll come here, grids selected, emit. This happens on UI accept while we're in a selection mode. I guess it's a left click. And selected grid position. Well, it seems like the cursor position is correct though, if we look at it. Al says, now I'll actually lurk to get my indie coder lunch nuked frozen burritos. Oh, yes. A proper indie meal. The cursor itself is wrong, but not only that, the player also gets shifted over by this much. So we're going to have to do some soul searching here. So we're going to have to adjust where the cursor sits. Cursor, let's see where the cursor positions are. And we're going to just take a look at the process. The position becomes map.global to snapped global. Now this, we're getting the local mouse position, and then grabbing this position is mistaken. So let's see. I do wonder if the map itself is kind of silly. I want to see what that looks like. Yeah. So, right, because the bottom is the origin now instead of top. So we're drawing at the bottom, which means whenever we place a cursor is focusing on the bottom part of the grid. So for the snapped grid, this calculation, we actually have to shift it up to the top part of the grid as opposed to bottom of the tile. So I think what we need to do, so we're doing global to map. So this one gives us where the cursor is. We actually want to, okay. We want to shift the mouse position because we're focusing on the top of the grid. Actually, we need to shift it here. So when we're doing get local mouse position, we want to offset it by grid offset. Grid top offset, which is over here, vector 2. And then it's going to be vector 2 of 0, and I think it was minus 12. I'm not 100% sure. I might have to go back onto the level itself. Boop. It says 13 actually. Okay, well, shift it by 13 then instead. Now the cursor should sit on the same or correct position, I think. Someone says, any cool jams coming up to have in mind? I want to join some jam, kinda new to game dev, started 2 years ago. Never got too much into it, but now I'm like older and smarter and stuff. Someone says, you write really clean code. Do I? I don't know. It's just, it's just I'm used to writing code this way. I'm not sure if it is actually clean or not, but we'll see. Thanks. I'm going to take that as a compliment. Okay. So this one, okay, this is wrong. I think I'm supposed to shift it by the other direction. I do believe there's a Bracky jam coming up. Bracky's game jam. If you're looking for a big game jam, at least. There's 2 of them. Someone, by the way. It's coming up in 9 days. Wow. I've never joined this before, Brackies specifically, so I don't know how it is, but hey, if you're looking to join some big jam, there it is. Go get it. I probably won't do it because I just came out of game jam. It seems a little bit ridiculous for me to do 2 game jams back to back when I already have like 5 different projects going on. But you know how it is. Jackie says, your code is very readable and understandable. The best kind of coder to work with. Well, I appreciate that, Jackie. You know, I have my moments. Sometimes I get really lazy and I don't write it clean, but I think maybe it's a habit I received unknowingly or knowingly from working with big tech companies, with teammates for so long. It's been ingrained in me if it's truly clean. But I don't mind a little bit of compliment and glazing here and there. I appreciate that, Jackie. Al says on Twitch, apparently the lab chef was kindly making their South Korean take on Locomoco, even if it's their day off, and kimchi and spinach instead of gravy. You know what? That sounds healthier and better. Because my problem with Locomoco, which I love, by the way, I love a lot of Hawaiian food and some of the greasier food too. They're tasty, but there's not enough acid. I don't know if you guys notice. So, okay, I'm not a chef by any means, nor do I cook a lot. But what I do a lot is I do eat a lot, like everybody else. I'm Big Back certified, in that I relish in the fact that I get to break down some tastes and balance and all those things. But me personally, I like balancing out greasy stuff and cutting it with some sort of acid or fermentation. And so anytime I eat like heavy stuff, kimchi or like pickle radish really pairs well for me. So I think that sounds awesome, Al. The Softbox Gamer says, hi, I'm back from yesterday. Hello, Softbox Gamer. Welcome, welcome. We're here. All right. Okay, so I was doing something here. Oh, right. So I wanted to see if the cursor, first of all, if the cursor gets detected on the right thing, which it is. Okay, so what you need to imagine right here is what I want. All right, so you see this tile right here. You see the isometric tile. And as you can see, the grid is drawing. Grid is drawing at the bottom of the tile that I'm selecting, which means it's detecting the mouse within this space. And it seems like it's halfway too, because if I go up a little bit, nothing happens like that. So this needs to be adjusted. So what we need to do is we got to take the mouse position and we got to shift it. So we have a mouse position, and then instead of reflecting it directly by saying, hey, which part of the grid is the mouse stepping on? It needs to be like, well, assume that the mouse is one above, right? Because we want to shift it by one above, like that. So that's what we need to do here. So we're shifting it by some origin. But it seems like there's this like gap here that I'm not really getting in. And also I need to draw the cursor by shifting it by that many positions as well. So when we're coming over here in a hub level, when we're drawing the cursor, let's see. Cursor is visible, and we're setting its cursor's position to a snapped version of the map. And because the center is at the bottom, okay, let me not do this first. I'm going to make it so that it draws in the right place first. We want to shift it by the offset, which is wherever I would have drawn it, lift it like so. So if this was minus 13, now it's going to draw where I want it to draw, I think. All right. It seems like I'm trying to like instruct you guys, but it's mainly to help myself. Okay, 13 is wrong. So, well, I mean, it's at the center, so we need to go one more, which is 26. So we'll do 26 here. Yeah, I'm only speaking out loud because I'm using you guys as a rubber ducky as opposed to teaching you guys, but it has that nice side effect of teaching, which it really isn't. Okay, cool. So this is working. Yes, I think. But now the cursor is detected based on the bottom of the grid, right? The bottom of the grid is where the mouse is detecting location. So you can see right here, if I trace, whatever. So if I trace the bottom diamond right here, you can see that it stays in as long as my mouse pointer is within that bottom area. So now we got to assume the mouse, instead of is at the bottom, we take the mouse position and shift it up instead, which means we take this offset, then we want to apply that to here as well, because we got the mouse position, and then we're going to move it up or move it down. We take the mouse position, and then we have to move it up. I don't know. We'll figure it out. You know what? I'm not going to think too hard on this. Okay, so other way around, because this one seems a little bit shifted to the wrong direction. So we're just going to do a minus of this. And then that will give me, yes, beautiful. Nice, nice, nice. Now the next problem is when I click, the player is placed on the wrong spot. Also, the selection cursor needs to be going through the same type of adjustment. So we're going to do that. Map. We're going from map to global, which is selected grid position. Which I guess, I don't know where that is being assigned actually. Unhandled input, when UI gets accepted, the selected grid positions gets drawn, and then we have the selection position, global. Okay, grid position global, and then we got to shift it up by the offset, I think. Right, because we're going from map to global. And that's the new selected position, hopefully. So that's adjusted appropriately. And now the player character, well, I think it is appropriate. Hold on, let me see. No, it's shifted. Hold on, what? I'm selecting this. If I place it, it's being placed over there. The grid position is wrong? Interesting. Okay, if I don't do the shift, it's over here, right? It's halfway up. So we want to shift it down by the half of that. Almost. Kind of, I guess. Somewhat acceptable. Why is it like that? I mean, it's kind of cool, but that's not what I intended. Whatever. And then, I mean, is the grid position even correct? Let me see where this comes from. So this gets assigned when I click. Cursor position is here. So selected cursor will be same as the cursor's position. Right. Oh, right. Wait, what? But then the grid position should be, oh, right. So there needs to be a new interpretation here because we're doing all of this shifting. Okay. So we need some sort of translate. Func translate. We got to translate the global. Nah, is it common? I don't know. Maybe I need to do it one at a time. So the grid position, actually, we need to grab the cursor's position, which is separate from this, because the grid position is not at the cursor's position. Grid position is cursor's position offset, which is, okay, so I'm going to do it this way, actually. I'm going to get rid of all of this. Because cursor's position has been shifted by this offset. So we actually need to do a reverse of that on the cursor's position to get the actual global position of the map level. Then we're grabbing the grid positions for that. And that is a selected grid position. And that is what's used to do this. And once this turns to the global position, we need to offset it by the visual offset. I think, at least that's in my head, correct. So this is correct, and you draw it. It's all drawn correctly now. If I move, which I guess select one and move one person. Okay, well, the cursor is a little bit wrong too, so that needs to be assigned as well. Highlight tile. So we'll say on move character, we grab this selection mode, we selected it, grid selection mode, and then we select on the level. When we click, we're in selection mode. We set the selected position, which we've fixed, and on grid selected. When grid selected is emitted. On hub level, we connect it to itself here. That does nothing. For this one, if we're movement target, we're going to provide the grid position to the move selected character. Target position of the grid. Okay, good. So now I need to shift this. So calculation is happening in grid level. And I need to know where I'm using global as opposed to grid position here. So that probably, okay, map to global. Whenever I see map to global, I need to shift it by the grid offset, basically, I think, like so, or right here, like so. Right. Grid position, we offset it. I think, yeah, over here too, on navigation visiting position, whenever we do map to global, we want to offset it by the grid position here. Seems a little messy, actually, to be honest, because this is like a lot of changes, so it's like prone to error. Yeah. Hopefully this will be okay. Map to global. Anytime I see map to global, I'm just going to offset it. Whoops, wrong. And pray that that's correct. Okay. Almost. The character is clearly in the wrong spot, but it's okay. We're going to collect. Oh, move cursor is wrong. The move cursor is at the bottom, so we're going to have to do that as well. Interesting. The place cursor is correct, but if I do move cursor... Oh, look at that. What's happening there? This is all correct. We're all cool here. But suddenly, if I go down here... Oh, it's because it's detecting the pillar as like an upper layer. Interesting. Like that. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter then. So if I do this, it's going to try to go there. Nice. And the player character is just drawn wrongly. So if we do place character here on a grid position, the character's position will be the map to global of the grid position. I don't know why that's correct. That's kind of weird. Zuzu says, "What's up, as the man?" Hello, Zuzu. Long time no see. I know you've been busy. Okay. That's interesting. You can place them right, but as soon as I start moving, they get shifted over. So we need to correct the movement. Move selected character here to the target position. Target position is a global position. Oh no, target position is grid position, I think. Okay. And seems that character marker seems to be correct. But for some reason, it doesn't like the character being shifted for some reason. I wonder if I'm applying that shift somewhere. Yeah, that's not going to work because it was a second level. Place character here. We'll move him right there. Okay, that seems like it's working appropriately now. Still a little sus, but then we can come over here. Oh, that's the top layer of the pillar. We don't want to do that. Welcome back, Al. Oh, I keep doing that. Because I want to test the Y sort here. Huh. I highlighted this, but when I clicked it, assigned this one instead. Interesting. Maybe I need to be a little bit more up. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, what the heck? Yeah, this move selection is a little bit janky. Let's see. On grid selected. If we're waiting for movement, we're still giving the grid position unselected. Okay. Grid selected. We're emitting this over here, selected grid position. which is just translation of cursor position, offset it, and then we're translating it to the map. And that gives us the grid position, right? And that's the selected position. And when we say move to that position, it seems like this doesn't quite get to the right position for some reason. Cursor position, we're shifting the cursor position by the offset. And then that's the grid position. I thought we're, weird. Okay. Al says, I stole 2 of the 5 squat berry. I mean, it's because the rate has been changed. You know, you can gift it to people if you like, if you don't want to keep it. Or you can trade with people. Be like, chat, anyone want to trade squat berry for something that you have extra of with Al? Sharkolt the One says, I don't know. Some people might be AFK right now. I think Void might want it, but we'll see. No, Void already has it. Sharkolt says, was there a game that inspired you to make this game? Well, this game, I mean, I already like deck builder roguelike games, so that is always on top of my mind. And then, you know, I do like Into the Breach as well. So I was like, you know what? It would be cool. Oh, well, I wrote a design doc for this one in particular. This one in particular is specifically the cross between Into the Breach and Slay the Spire. That's the idea, at least. Charcoal says, like, is this a random dungeon generation game? Like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? No, this particular game that we're working on is a tactics that's controlled by cards. So it's deck builder tactics. And if we're talking about inspiration, those are the 2 inspirations that I look closely in order to finish or to bring this game to the completion. But anyways, I want to see what's going on over here. So when I place a character, especially over here, if I click it, see if it's near the upper layer, it just freaks out. Freaks out. Why does that feel wrong? It is freaking out, right? Freaking out. It freaks out. Feels wrong to say for some reason. I feel like I'm saying frick instead of freak. But freaks out sounds wrong in my mouth. Let me just give me a second. I gotta do some upkeep here. I'll be back. Oh no, I wasn't quick enough. prevent Fig from coming into the office, so. There you go. Say hi. Meow. There you go. Oh. Oh. Pet, 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 pet. Hopefully that's not a black mold. What if I'm like hallucinating all of this because I'm affected by the mold in the house? Thanks for the follow, Emia Blake. Is that a cat follow, or did you follow for the cat? Appreciate it. House says shoulder cat. Exactly. We have a Figberry on the chat. Let's see. Zuzu says, what keyboard and mouse do you use? I use the Ducky keyboard, the reduced keyboard. Well, Ducky brand. It's like a white reduced keyboard with RGB. And then mouse, I use the Shroud Logitech one, G303. Only because I've been obsessed with like first-person shooter for a big part of my life. Not necessary. It works really well though. I like wireless. I used to not be a wireless person because I'm like, oh, the response time is just not as good. But the freedom you get from the movement restriction when you're like swinging your arms around is kind of nice. Ducky 60%. I don't know if it's 60% or 80%. I think this is 80%. I don't think I can work with 60%. Oh, maybe it is 60%. It doesn't have arrow key. Like it's like a single block. There's no two sections. Sharkolt says, is the draw order wrong for the character? Yes, it is wrong. But we're figuring out the Y sort here. It works well with the wall, but for the cursor is on top of the character instead of below. So we need to figure that out. No F row. No, there is F row. I guess I could show. I don't know how to show it without unplugging it. Basically like this without the arrow section and the insert and home. Can you see it like that? So it's missing this whole part, like this part right here. I can't show it to you because I'm going to have to disconnect the keyboard, and I've been having some connection issue, so it might, so like 75%. Yeah, I guess that's about right. Okay, I'm going to put the cat down now. I'll be back. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, this one, I got it. This is like a no-name brand. But I liked it because I really wanted to get a wireless keyboard that sounds nice, that is like inspired by the old classic IBM keyboard. This one, I think, is from Korea. Some no-name Korean brand. It says Leopold, not Leopoldo. Leopold? Never heard of this, actually. This is a brand name. Sounds okay. It's not an official cherry key either, so it's like, but it's very springy sounding. It feels a little bit metallic on the press. I like the pressure. I like the weight of the key, but you know, the sound can be a little bit springy. Suzu says, no, I regret not buying a keyboard when I was in Korea. I guess that's something you could have done. You could have bought some stuff pretty cheap comparably. At a there's like a place for tech purchases. I forget what they call it, that area. We used to go there a lot with my dad back when I was a kid. Aaron says, my game has changed so much in span of 3 days. In terms of look, the one from 3 days ago looks like a different game from what it is now. FPS because I changed the lighting by a little bit and added more things. I would like to know all the polished things that you guys do in your 2D games that just makes everything look so much better, because I want to try those things. Feels like I want to add that like HD look and feel to it. It's just really hard to not make it look messy or one-dimensional. Juju says there was a huge keyboard section on Kyobo. Oh, I see. Ekrab says the dark magic that are shaders. Yes, dark magic that are shaders indeed. I mean, I started using more of it, but there are certain things that's like, oh my gosh, I should use pixel shader on top of pixel art to make it look more fluid and modern. Because I was thinking about this other day. The intentional pixel art is good because they're good design, but they also are very like stationary. But you get that look when you are using a pixel shader on non-pixel art or assets, where when they rotate, like you can see the pixels shifting like on the sides, which makes it look like very like fluid. I need to start looking into that. That makes it look modern, I think, and more interesting. This is a very specific example from GMTK Jam Submission. I think it was called Vood Loop by Qbox. I wonder if Qbox is in the chat. And I guess also Speed Loop as well. If you look at this game, Charcoal says, do you use a sprite? I do. Like right here, right? This is because it's a higher... Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Oh. Okay. So like, clearly, this is a pixel art being drawn in a higher resolution than the art itself. And it's using natural rotation and then using pixel snapping draw methods. Because you can see right here, the edges, you see the edges of this title? They are smaller pixels. The way it's shifting, they are pixel. They are lower resolution than 1080p. But they're being estimated by the render. And that also means when you get over here, this is what I'm like right here. You see these bubbles? These are shaders, right? It has to be. And it's using pixel estimation to draw this. That's why it looks pixel art. But then it's also underlying mathematics is not a pixel art. And makes it look a little bit more fluid. Over here as well, this one. You see the arrows, how it's like its pixel is changing, which makes it look fluid as well. So that's something I need to probably start doing more. Instead of actually putting the native resolution of the whole game as a reduced resolution, I think I need to start working on a 1080p resolution while working through the viewport. Even viewport won't work because viewport still snaps, I think. But yeah. So maybe I need to like use scale. Scale the pixel art instead of trying to use everything as is, perhaps. Perhaps that's the way to do it. Mixel. Really embracing that mixel look. Mixel is where you use different pixel base size. Okay. Draw order, definitely wrong. We were saying when I'm selecting that top layer, it's selecting the wrong grid position, which is kind of annoying for me. So I'm going to go look at that real quick and see if I can fix that. One thing at a time, one thing at a time. So when I do this right here, essentially, I come over here. Clearly, oh, not this one. Clearly, when I'm over here, and if I'm like highlighting it, the what do you call the minute details between it being on top of the pillar versus top of the previous tile is obvious, right? Like right here, it's on top of the pillar. Right here is behind a pillar. But as soon as I select, it gets confused, and I want to know why that is. So we have a cursor position here, which is right over here. And then I'm subtracting the offset, minus 26. So it's going to be plus 26. So I'm going to move it down like this. We're doing plus 26, which is at the base. The Podpocalypse says, I missed the full context, but I'm working in Love 2D and I implemented a virtual resolution, which makes moving between design and entity sizing a breeze. Might be a similar solution, pixel base art. Yeah, I think that's probably, it sounds familiar or similar. In Godot, at least, there's a concept of a viewport where each viewport can be its own resolution and you can scale the entire viewport. So you can work with this reduced resolution for your game and have a canvas layer for it, and then scale it up to 1080p and have a separate layer that lives natively 1080p. So this has to be done a lot in pixel games because the font size for pixel art, especially in a reduced space, is really difficult to work with. Oftentimes, the fonts either have to be so big compared to the game or so small that it's illegible. Like there's no in between, right? Because in pixel art, fractional scaling doesn't work very well. So we do have to do that a lot as well. And it's cool that you have a Love 2D solution for that, the virtual resolution. But sounds about right. Okay. I think I'm already getting the hint of what's happening here. So if I shift the mouse, because we were looking at the base, right? Like this right here, then that mouse position is actually on top of the pillar, technically speaking. So maybe that's why it's being like, hey, you're on top of that. Because if we get that grid position, we do global to map, we take this, and then we go through each layer and see if it is on top of the layer. So I think what I actually need to do is translate the position instead when we're doing global to map. Right? Because this one is saying that it's right here. This is the position we're working with. That means it's down here. But then this one is down here, so it shouldn't. This one versus this one. So we're saying position is over here. And we go through the layers when we're mapping it. See, if when you're translating the global position that I'm providing to the local map, which is the grid position, I think, the integer base, that it provides a grid. And if that grid, so if I'm highlighting right here, which is down here, that is over here. So that's right at the border here. And it's saying, does that position contain anything in it? And that's why it's saying, yes, it does. And I think it might be because it's a border. I'm going to have to think about that. Charcoal says, what was your favorite pixel art-based game during your childhood? I didn't really get into much, unfortunately. Well, I mean, I did. I actually liked all the JRPGs, but I didn't actually play any of the popular ones because when I was playing JRPGs, I was in Korea, and then I didn't have like, I had NES system. and then rest of the games were on PC. So I had to play a lot of the JRPGs that were being released on PC. And so a lot of them end up being kind of like obscure titles that not many people know. I don't know what the English name for this one is. This one was my favorite. It was my first RPG game, JRPG game that I played in full. Very different. I mean, this is the title. I'm trying to see if there's a Japanese or English name for this game. This one. There has to be an English name for this one. Is this it? Trail in the Sky? This doesn't look right. I want to see. No, this is a modern version. A lot of some of those like obscure Korean titles or JRPGs that were released kind of locally. I'm trying to find this one. Okay, I'm going to do it this way. There has to be a Japanese name for this, which is, what is it? Al Cento Suare? What does that mean? Argento Soiree? Really? Is that what it was called? Never heard of this. Oops. This was my favorite, but unfortunately nobody knows this game. Because I have a feeling that didn't release in America. Argent? Let me see. I don't know how to... I feel like I've done this before where I tried to look for this name in English before because I was trying to show to my friend. I guess not. Wow, it's so hard to find. There has to be. This is the third one, apparently. What's the title for this one? Is it a Trails? What is it called? Is it a Trails series? Okay, JRPG Trails series. Doesn't... Maybe, I don't know. I don't think it's... No, this is not even old. Like the one, this is like Windows 98 days. Oh, if that box art is right, can't you reverse image search? I guess I could, but wouldn't that just pull up the Korean version? Here, I'll do this. Reverse image search this. Copy image. Oh, okay. All right. This is a little bit more promising. Yuki Densho. Yuki Densho 2 game. Let's see what it's called in America. Yeah, this is it. This is the first one. There's some characters there. Dragoon. It was called Dragoon in America, apparently. Hold up. Kogi says, same amount of programming as Pirate Software. I'm sorry. That's just how it goes. We do program a lot more normally, but we got distracted because somebody asked what's my favorite pixel art game is. Trying to find it. Because it's like a lot of people ask me this, and I'm like, I don't know what it's called. That's not it. I guess... I think the closest we got was Ryuki Ten Show or something like that, right? 2. Was that not it? I thought it was. What the heck? I gotta be careful with this image search though. I mean, this one seems like it's pulling up right, but Ryuki Densho. Right, it is. Okay. Why is it under an anime list though? Was it an anime before it was a JRPG? Huh. Yeah, so this game right here. Go look it up if you can find it. So there it is. Denimal says, Ezra getting distracted? No, yeah, exactly. We live in this distraction. On YouTube, YouTube's been pretty spamming today. It's whatever though. Crab says, "Oh, the Trail series. If that box art is right, can't you image? Yeah. So that Kogi's the same amount of programming as Pyre software. That's fine. Hey, look, we gotta distract ourselves somehow. Okay. Anyways, so yeah, that will be my favorite game, and that really shaped my vision of what RPG games should look like quite a bit in my childhood. I think it's really good. I mean, it was very difficult for me as a kid, but later I played it again and I was like, oh my gosh, it's so complex. The system is actually very complex. It is tactics, meaning every combat is pre-assigned combat. Well, yeah, this game has no random encounter. And then the way it works is that it's a tactics, and it reminds me a little bit of like it's not Total War, is it? The Nintendo Game Boy Advance game. Is it called Total War? It's like the tactics game where when you do a fight, it shows up the characters in like zoomed in, like facing each other, kind of like a Pokemon style, and then they do their actions, which you can skip. Anyways, at the time it was amazing. Advanced War, yes. This shows how much I know. Anyways, yeah. Anyways, okay. So back to the thing. All right, we were here. We were saying we clack. That's fine. Everywhere else is okay as long as I'm selecting where there is no overlap, like this. It seems like it works fine. But as soon as I select this area, we're behind the pillar or whatever. So if I go here, oh, that one is okay too. Let's see if the Y sort works okay here. The Y sort isn't quite working. I wonder why. I want to look at the remote here, see what the situation is. Level map, middle. Player character is in middle, and this one is Y sorted, I believe. Yes, Y sort is enabled. And then player is potentially, I might have set the Z index manually. This doesn't have to be on because Y sort is at the top level. Z is index is 0, so it should be okay. I don't know why it's... Is the pillar not on the middle layer? I thought it was. Here, let me go up level, level map, middle. It's right here. I'm going to test something real quick. Player character. Put this player character here. Bring it over here. Yeah. I mean, it worked before, so... Middle layer... We're looking at the Y sort origin here, which... If you look at the pillar, center is here, and This one is behind that. So should, right? Texture origin here, which is same thing as Y-sort origin. Oh, okay. Whoops. I forgot that once I changed the texture origin, I should have changed the Y-sort origin as well. Back to the center. Whoopsie. Okay. At least that's one. Let me try that again. Well, it seems like at least the text bar is working, but we'll see. One more time. Level test. Place character. I want to place it right here and see. Okay. So clearly it's still not working here. So Y-sort origin is appropriate. They are above. So it should draw over it. So we have a middle layer here. Enabled. It has Y-sort. I don't think you have to turn. Oh, yeah. Because if I do Y-sort here instead, yeah, that's going to ruin it because it's based on the origins of each tile layer. So we don't want that. So within the middle layer, which includes these pillars, is where I do the Y-sorting. And then the player character, I don't have to do the Y-sort here. I'll look at the texture ordering real quick. Let me get this. Animate a sprite. Visibility. Ordering. Well, this shouldn't matter because this means do the Y-sort within its components, which doesn't have to be turned on. And this one as well doesn't have to be turned on. This one has, yeah, visibility and ordering, no Y-sort enabled. For some reason, the health bar does obey it though. So I'm going to look at the health bar real quick. Right here, let's see what the situation with the visibility or ordering is. Yep, there's nothing here that prevents it. Cool, and it's at the feet of it, so it should be okay. And light mask doesn't matter. Visibility layer is 1. The order, this seems okay to me. This one is, light mask 2, that's okay. Shouldn't care about that. The Y-sort is automatically disabled here. Player character, let's go back here. So Y-sort is disabled. Transform is at 0, 0 here. Huh, interesting. We do that. Middle layer. Player character is somewhere. Let's go over here. It's kind of annoying that it does that. Yeah, this, I mean, Y-sort should work, but it's not. So I'm going to try this again with the player character here. What's interesting, are you guys seeing this? Okay. So the sprite without the Y-sort, look at it. How do you see how the character is on top? No matter what the Z-sort is on the ordering. So it makes me think that somewhere along the way, I've set the ordering logic where this is always on top. I do wonder if the light mask has anything to do with it. Because that's the only thing I see here. Right? That's the only thing that's drawing that. We have a light occluder in it. for that. I wonder if that makes it buggy like that. I wonder if yeah, all the other components within this node, as you can see, even the health bar obeys the sorting, but then the sprite is being stubborn about that. I wonder what that's about. Let's see. This has nothing to do with it. Oh, it says kick right. Sorry, no kicking direction. Modifiable. Collision input transformer. I mean, it has to be the setting of the, ooh. Hold on, let me go to the base here. Animated sprite visibility. Light mask is 2 here. I don't know if that does anything. I mean, this just means, does a light affect its sprite or not? So that shouldn't matter. I'm not going to have Y sort. Z index is 1. Okay, that would do it. You know what? That would do it. Maybe it's not even the light mask issue. So I'm going to put the light mask back to where it was. And then see on the, yeah, there it is. Okay. So that's it. I don't know why the Z index order didn't show at a changed value on the inherited inherited scenes. But I think at least it should draw in the same right order, as you can see right here. And if I bring him in the front, or to the front, beautiful. Okay, look at us. Look at us go. Y sort appropriately implemented here, so we don't have to worry about this anymore. Next thing is we have this collision issue, or not collision, but basically because we were doing the Z order thing, where if I move here, you can move on top of this pillar versus bottom of the pillar, right? Or the layer up below. And because the way I'm calculating the estimation, it's estimating it to be right here instead of right here. And so it's saying, hey, you can't go here. When I select, it's going to be like, oh, you're trying to move here because it exists. Well, a few things we can do. I think I'm going to make it for now on the level map. We're grabbing the position. We're going from top layer and then all the way down. And then we're translating to the local map. So we have the global position. Then we shift it by the map layer position. And seeing... Oh. Hold on. We might have to go to the other direction, isn't it? Because... All right. What this is doing is, let's see if I can explain it to myself, because it's a little tricky. So I've done a bunch of like shifting of the Y axis because I changed where the base is. So I think the game is a little confused here. So what I'm desiring is if I have multi-level, so if we have a floor 1 like this, and then we have floor 2, right? And then we have floor 2, right? And let's say I select this grid right here. What we want to do is check from top to bottom. Meaning because I selected layer 1, like this grid, it's going to think that I was trying to select the top layer within this grid. So because we shifted everything right now, instead, when I click this, it's checking if the second floor exists at the one below. So I think we have the wrong offset. The position have been offsetted wrongly, I think. Yeah. Okay. So when the global position comes through, let's think about this. So I have the mouse position, and I say, this is the section I want. Yes. And that position have been shifted down. So in reality, what we're getting is we're going to select the bottom part of this grid. That's what we want. That's the grid position that we've been receiving. And that bottom part should equate to this part for the top layer. So we have this position, and for the top layer, it should be shifted up minus whatever that is. And I get that by taking the transform of the layer. So middle one has minus 26, which means it's shifted up 26 pixels, right? So this one is shifted up 26 pixels from the original. So we take the global position, which is down here, and then we minus 26. So from this layer, I think, let me go back here. By the way, this is not me trying to explain it to you guys. This is just me trying to understand myself. So if something is confusing, please let me know. I'm just thinking about it in my head. When we select, the cursor's position is at the center, right? And then we subtract 26. So subtract 26 is adding 26. So I have a cursor here, and then we add 26. We go down here. So we're on this bottom part of the grid. That's the global position that we're receiving on click. And then from there, we're trying to get the grid position from the map. So we say, give me the grid position from this global position. So we do this. And the way we calculate that is by saying, well, given this position, we're going to go from top to bottom, sweeping down, and see if this position, when we're translating it to the map position, gives me the right grid position. Okay, so the debugging I want to do first is given a selected grid, does the candidate grid position equate to same grid position for each layer? That's what I want to do. Okay, so let me debug that first. So we're going to test. First of all, we're going to place the character. And then before we select this position, I'm going to put a breakpoint on global to map, like that. Wait, why is it continuously triggering? Who's calling that? I guess we should do it on the selection instead. So we're going to do it right here. And I'm going to select this. Boom. Okay. So cursor position currently is right here. And we subtract the offset, which means we're selecting the bottom part. And we're translating it to a grid position here. Given 560 and 126, which is this minus 26, or this plus 26. We're going to go from the top layer, which is upper layer. And that's 13 and negative 6. Cool. And we're going to not have anything. And then the middle layer is going to say 13 and negative 6. Exactly the same. And does that middle layer on that grid position have anything? This right here. And saying it does. That grid position has a something is what it's claiming. So over here, but it doesn't. I wonder if it needs to be shifted. 13, negative 6, 13, negative 6. Because 13, negative 6 is what? Given the 0, 0. If this is diamond down, right? They are all diamond down. Diamond down means what? Diamond down is tile coordinates layout where horizontal axis goes towards down and right, meaning X is going diagonally right. And down left is Y axis. So it's like going like that. Okay? So over here, from the origin 0, 0, which is over here, this is considered negative 6. So let's see. So we have, this is a terrible way to do it, but alas. 0, 0. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's where it thinks we're highlighting when we're highlighting over here. Okay. Because when I'm highlighting over here, if it's shifting the cursor by that much, because that's the bottom. I guess because we're shifting the cursor, even if the cursor is here, we're shifting it down, which technically means if we translate that, well, I mean, and then we're shifting it down even further, or minus 26. So we're bringing it back up though. So why is that interpreting that to be over here then? Okay. So it's saying that is the right coordinates. So global position seems a little bit funky here. 560 by 126. I want to see what 560 by 126 looks like on here. So we're going to put a player character here real quick. And I'm going to put that on 560 by 126, which is right here. And that is correct. That's where I'm thinking about, because that's bottom of the base layer. So I'm selecting the bottom of the base layer. And then the middle one, that coordinate, I think, is within the bottom of, yeah, I think this will show right here. Because that crosses that little point that minus 26 does. I wonder if the minus 26 is wrong. I'm going to delete this real quick to see what happens here. I want to see what's what's going on here. Okay, this one is right. This is in the middle of this base layer. So that's what I'm drawing. And it's incorrect. It's shifted by 1. This is very annoying. I don't even know if there's a way around this right now. Okay, why is it selecting the wrong grid? I wanted to select the one grid above it. I guess because it's shifted down? I mean, do I just ignore it and shift it the other way? Because it's clearly one level down. What am I not seeing here? If I have the mouse hovering over here, I want to make sure that the grid position is at the bottom. So I'm shifting the cursor down to here. And that's the bottom. The middle layer, its bottom is over here, which overlaps with the bottom of this. This bottom and this bottom overlaps with each other. I mean, that is the issue, isn't it? Because this one is down here, and that's how we determine which grid position it is. But if we take the middle one, it's over here. So it's considering this as the bottom. But thing is we're doing this right here like that, where we go highlight this and don't shift over. Bricklist says, tile maps, my natural enemy. I mean, this is the thing. It was working fine when we focus on the top layer as the selection. But it doesn't work if we use bottom layer as the focus of the selection. Okay, so they overlap. The bottom of the upper tile, the tile that's diamond up, overlaps with the diamond of the next layer up. Which is stupid. Oh, you know what? That is stupid. I need to not do that. What I need to do... No, that's not true. I mean, that's stupid, though. Because, like, with all those shifting, right here, this is determining which layer is being selected. So this should be correct. This should be directly being translated. Whatever logic I'm using here is the same logic. It should be the same logic for actually doing the selection. Because right now, if I do this, it's going to think that I'm trying to place the character right here on the upper layer, like so, which is wrong. So I need to look at the same logic where I calculated where the cursor gets drawn. I need to use that for placement as well. So under the process, the cursor determines its position through all of this, where the local mouse position instead of global for some reason is taken by the grid minus top offset. So instead of using the cursor position, oh, gosh, I hate this so much. So the grid position we're looking for is, oh, well, I mean, I guess I'm just calculating the position. And we're providing the snapped global. And we do the snapped global by taking the global position, grid 3D position, huh. Interesting. Okay. We are converting it to the map. We're taking whatever this is. So I could say, instead of doing the cursor, we could do the same thing and take the mouse position and snap it. I mean, at least it'll make it consistent. I don't know why it would be different, but it will be consistent. Like that. Yeah. Okay, well, I guess whatever. If it works, it works. I'm not going to complain. So apparently I think what's happening is that in attempt to reuse some of the calculation and convert back and changing what the source of truth is, we're estimating it wrongly. So whatever. Okay, it's fine. If it works, it works. I'm not going to complain about that one. All right, and then the next one, clearly the cursor in the wrong layer. Cursor needs to be on the same layer as the character specifically. So instead of, oh, well, I mean, do I do that right now? Hub level cursor character is up top here. We're probably going to move the cursor character around a little bit. We'll probably reparent them based on where they are in the Z direction. So whenever we receive a grid position which has a Z value, I guess the cursor here based on what this is. So over here, let's say I do this, cursor 3D grid position will equal to our adjusted mouse position on map. And that's going to be used. And this one, function global to map, will be from the map itself. And this will have a Z position. And we'll say, hey, cursor, let's reparent you to the, well, actually, I think I can just do map place entity cursor and do the Z level, cursor 3D grid position Z, because it's going to be 0, 1, 2. Now on the place entity logic, if entity has parent or get parent, or is there no has parent thing? Parent. Guess get parent will do it. Get parent returns null. So if get parent is not null, then we're going to reparent the entity to this. Otherwise, we're going to do add child. All right, so we're we're parenting it in different positions as we select. So that should make it so that the cursor's Z ordering be appropriate, hopefully. Oh my gosh, my brain is breaking. Did I mention I'm still tired and I'm not like on top of my game currently? Okay. Almost. Okay, I see. This makes sense. As much as it doesn't make sense, it makes sense because I did Y sorting and everything is shifted a little bit. So I actually need to put the cursor on a layer above the parent. So for example, when I'm doing the cursor here, okay, one bug at a time. I fix one realization. I go, oh, I realize what's going on. And then next thing happens. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. That's not what is going on. Fix a little bug. I have, what is it? Like I have 99 bugs and then fix one. And then now I have 22. All right. Almost. As you can see, they're funky. It's because each of the tile map layer are shifted. So what I need to do actually when I'm reparenting it, it needs to keep its global position or keep global transform. It's true, yet it's not working. Well, let me try false and see what happens there. What is the cursor? Cursor is the little yellow box. You see the yellow? This thing? That's the cursor on the grid. So hold on. Let me just understand real quick what's happening here. So if I try to place character like this, so every time I select the cursor, it's shifted a little bit. Right. Oh, no type of the cursor? I think it's just no 2D. I'm not making a character. Oh, never mind. Cursor is a character body. So it's a character body. Why did I do that? I don't remember. I mean, I had a reason at the time. It's been a while, but it's okay. I think there was some like movement logic and then placement logic that I wanted to reuse between characters. Okay. Whew. Okay, we're placing it on the right layer, but as soon as I'm placing them, the position seems... Oh, I see. What if I do global position instead? So keeping the global position actually makes sense. Aha! Beautiful. Like so. Look at that. Above layer. This is the above layer, bottom layer. Above layer, bottom layer. Above layer, bottom layer. Oh, sick. Okay. And then it's Y sorted. Look at that. Ooh, beautiful. Y sorted. Look at that. Uh-huh. Exactly what I want. Now, this also needs to follow the same thing to select the cursor. So we're going over here. Selected grid position, which is selected cursor, and we're going to do the whole replacement or reparenting of this as well. Selected cursor position. Instead, now it will be a global position again. And guess what? Just like this, we have the adjusted thing that's being snapped to the map to global. We have the selected grid position, which will be selected cursor 3D position will be the map to global. Beautiful, beautiful. And then we're going to take that and offset it later. But we're using this for the Z position. So we're going to say map place entity the selected cursor on layer 3DZ plus 1. So that way, or hold on, why? Cannot find member Z. Oh, this is map to global. And this one is 3i. Okay, so whoops. Back to there. So instead of doing this, we just need to take here, hold on. Do this. Select a grid position Z plus 1. Hopefully. Boom. Brickless says you could use a tile map layer for the cursor instead. Help me get rid of the sorting problem. Sorry, can you... What do you mean? You could use a tile map layer, which this is a tile map layer. The whole thing is tile map layer. And I'm inserting these entities into the tile map layer. Are you saying you could highlight a tile? Or are you saying use a tile set and have a cursor as those like tile set, node as tile set? Which, yeah, which it's a valid way to use that. And then you just put it on the grid and it sorts everything by itself. I'm already kind of knee deep in, so. Hello, Total Twitch. Brick says, have a tile map layer with a cursor as a tile. Then you can just set the tiles that you need to be displayed. Yeah. I agree. I think I've done that for my previous isometric tile thing. I wanted to try this because I wanted to know if I can treat it as more than just a graphical element as a total. Now I'm kind of like too deep in that I just feel like changing that could be a little bit of a surgery that I don't want to mess with if I can fix it this way. But yes, I agree. For example, I do that, or I used to do that. I probably should do that for like a range indicator. It's really hard to, because range indicator is you're blocking out a bunch of area except few areas. So if you're having like overlay on top of tile map, you might as well have an actual tile map layer. And then the blockout is just painting on the tile, which I agree. But yeah, no, I agree. That probably would have been easier if I need to do some, like, I don't have to do all of this. Only thing it doesn't do, though, the cursor, you can't have animation on the cursor individually, tile level. So for example, if you want to apply a shader where the cursor is glowing, for example, if you do it as a tile map layer, the cursor layer where you're drawing these things out, and if you have multiple cursors, if you want to have like different shaders or modulation per cursor, then it becomes slightly more harder. I think that might have been why I decided to do this, now that I think about it. Because I was trying to remember why I stopped doing that, because I did do that before. There had to be a reason. So I'm now retroactively trying to think back on what did past Ezra consider to get to this mess. Otherwise, just excuses. Okay, so I was doing something and then it didn't work, I think. And then I tried to fix it and then I forgot where I was. So I'm going to do it again. McCreary says, yesterday and today, I went through a total purge of anything that I don't really need for my system's C drive. Still have to remove more, but hard to differentiate what is needed versus not without resetting completely. But went from 70 gig free all the way to 1.46 terabyte free. Wow. Wait, how did you already have so many files? Didn't you just get your laptop? I remember you being really excited about having your laptop like a few months ago. It's kind of funny. Oh. That's weird. Wait. Suddenly the move thing is not working. What the heck? Interesting. You know what's funny? Okay, so it seems like it's the same issue we had before. You see this? I'm selecting the correct one. Oh, that's so annoying. Huh. Well, either way, let me see. A few things I'm going to do. I'm going to put the cursor as a 0th index child. So up level. I'm going to place it, select the cursor, move. Move child will be separate, I think. Place entity. See order. See priority. By default, it's 1. And then we're going to say reparenting is fine, but if C priority is less than 1, we're going to say int or move child, which will be tilemap layer level. Move child to some order. The node to index 0, I think. The entity to 0. And so we're going to come over here on the hub level, and for the cursor, we're going to say it's going to have priority 0. And over here, so that it's always below the character. The cursor is always at the bottom of the character. But okay, so let's do this first. And Chris says, no, this is my main desktop. Oh, I see. Oh, that's a lot of free. I'm having trouble freeing up my disk space now on my desktop. Either I need to get more storage space because I do video editing on there too, and video editing takes so much space. Okay, the cursor looks good. It's in the right spot now, except that cursor because that's a separate one, but it's okay. For the most part, it's working. Kind of exciting. And, you know, this doesn't feel crazy. Right? Like so. Why is this? Okay, so interesting. So the cursor is on base layer here. So the draw order should be that the cursor is drawn below this pillar, yet it's drawing over it, which is kind of annoying. But, you know, that's not my problem right now. What I'm noticing, though, is this is the same issue we were having with the top layer thing. If we calculate from the raw mouse coordinate to where it is on the grid, it does it correctly. But once you select it, like that, if I click this character right now, boom, it is a calculated position right now, this center right here. So it's right in the border of this top layer and then the layer before. So when it's making that calculation from that estimate, it's always selecting the one layer above, below, which is a bug that I am annoyed by, but I'm not going to mess with this right now. I might as well take a little arc break here. Brickless says, you can use a scene as a tile and then use custom tile info to make effects happen independently. I used that once to place different enemies using tile maps to make level creation easier. No, I think that's a great idea. I like doing that too. One thing I noticed, by the way, this is a separate issue, by the way. I'm not saying that I can't do that. I think that's a great idea, and I think I should do that eventually. You know, something that I noticed about using scene tile as tile, they're not, they get, they become like the ready order, node being ready doesn't work where if you're trying to have it on the editor level be represented as something, you can't do that. Or the whole, if you have any export variable. So for example, oh yeah, so one thing that I did have before, not this one, but on the other tile map player, I was making the dungeon crawler, which is another game. I'm using like the some pre-drawn image tile map layer, scene tile map layer as like indicator for where the exit can potentially be. So during the dungeon generation, it connects those places. But I have to make a whole separate scene for each of them because I couldn't edit the information of those scenes during the editing mode. Like they have to be what they are, right? Does that make sense? That was kind of annoying. McChris says I use mainly Win direct stat to see what takes up most of the space. What is that? I never tried that before. McChris says decide to purge unneeded files. So when I get a hard drive enclosure as set up a NAS at the end of the month. I don't know what that means. But I'm glad you cut your free space. I do need to do that on my Windows machine too, because that's my editing machine is also my gaming machine. So I need more space. Let's see. Bricklist says, yeah, that makes sense. It's hard to edit things on the fly with tile maps. Yeah. I mean, that's one improvement that I would be really excited to see. If you can actually do some sort of like engine level edits or export variable on nodes that are represented as a tile, that'd be cool. Thanks for the follow, Bricklist. I appreciate it. Let's see. Hold on. What is it called? Win direct stat. Oh, is that for like directory stat? Is that a command on terminal? Yeah, sometimes it used to be easier to see what directory contains what, but without having to recursively check the file size, the Windows no longer tells me which directory has most of the files. Oh, hey, thanks for this Prime sub. Dang, look at us. Look at us go. Appreciate it. A rare opportunity here. McCree says, and NAS is essentially network storage, so I don't need to send myself files over Discord between my laptop and main PC. Oh, I see. Oh. I'm still a boomer in that. Like, I still am very reluctant to use any like network-based storages or solutions, though backup should be pretty obvious. I don't know why. It confuses me. Anyways, all right. Well, I got what I wanted to done. Why sorting is fixed on this one. Why sorting is fixed on the other game. Now we officially have every time we do Game Jam, I'm just adding a new project to finish. We have the mages, blood is mana, this one, and then I have the roguelike dungeon crawler, the mining one. I have the Dread on Arrival, which is a crew management, FTL, Darkest Dungeon-like stuff, which is my main project. And then I have the wizard thing, which is also another thing. So we got a few things to take care of. I'm going to do some either pixel art or just regular art here in a bit, but I'm going to use the restroom and get some more water. So a quick break. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. All right. Well, if we're going to do any kind of art or mood, we definitely need to get in the mood for it, don't we? So let's see. Maybe I can do pixel art. I'm going to try to use my tablet. I know I'm usually like want to do only keyboard and mouse, but I do want to do like more of like, not like game asset pixel art, but more like illustration pixel art. So maybe I can go to Pinterest to get some. Oh, I got to be careful of my Pinterest because I do a lot of, when I do art studies, I do a lot of human form art. And I know some of those things are probably not appropriate for the stream. I just got to make sure. Okay, that's not too bad. The last thing I searched wasn't that bad, it seems. A lot of fantasy and anatomy and stuff like that. We'll put together a mood board. I haven't done this type of work in a while. I guess we should probably stay on theme though. Not sure if it should be Blood is Mana or other thing. Ooh, this is pretty. Look at this. It better not be AI. I'm gonna be so angry. This looks so good. I mean, this can, I think this, I could see this being AI, but wow, this looks so good. Is there, I'm trying to see if it's actually like pure traditional pixel art or if there's any type of like pixel art on a higher resolution type of thing. You know what I mean? Like you draw pixel art, scale it up to 1080p and then put like slow color transition. So like sub-pixel color fading or not. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter if it does. Man, this looks pretty. Anyways, so I want to do some of these things. Take some inspiration here. I was so bad with colors. I think that's something that I need to get better at because, I mean, this is definitely, that's definitely not real. Those pixels were garbage. It looks good from afar, but that was kind of garbage. This one looks suspicious too, actually. Anyways, what I was trying to say was, oh yeah, color. So I'm red-green, right? Red-green colorblind. I'm not totally. All right, we can do a little colorblind test just to see, show you how bad I am. You know what? I'm gonna do this. It like the result changes every time. But it's not 100%. Brickless says there is a banner AI modified in the bottom left corner on some of those. I do? Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah. I mean, this one I could have guessed. So that's good. That's good that it indicates that. Because some of them I was like, that's garbage. Yeah, see? I knew this. I could see immediately. Some of the pixels, like pixel art is one of those things where AI actually struggle a lot because there's just not enough references. Like this one is probably... Because a lot of the AI pixel art, they have a terrible time using consistent color blocks. But I would love to, like, this is not pixel art. I would love to make a pixel art translation of all this. Now, would that be considered stealing? I guess if I use reference photo, then it wouldn't be stealing art if I just make a pixel art version. This is definitely Korea, I can tell. This is well, these are all Korean nightlife. Could be fun. Oh, this is so cool. I mean, I like the composition of this. Anyways, colorblind test. Let's do it. I don't know what the best one is, but I'll show you how bad my colorblindness is. All right, let me wipe my glasses to properly do this. And then warm up my eyes. Just to see how many other people that I get to reveal are colorblind. People are like, I didn't know I was colorblind. Yeah. Let's see. Let us all find out. I mean, see, thing is, you see the example red, green on the bottom left. Like, I can see the reds and the greens. I think it's like the grouping. My neural network cannot do classification very well when they're clumped up together, I think. Like, some of these reds look kind of brownish. All right. Red, green, mosaic colorblind test. I don't know what's the best way to do it. Colorblind test. Is there instruction? Important notes about online tests. Help you identify red, green, and blue color blindness. You can also test the color blindness of your kids. Okay. 3-star means excellent test. So we want to do a 3-star here. Let's do this. Red, green, and then we'll do blue. I don't think I'm blue colorblind at all, but we'll find out. Click on the gap in the ring. I see. Like that. Oh, I gotta keep doing the gap. Oh my gosh. This is harder. This is harder for me. Oh, this is super hard. Oh, this is nearly impossible. Okay, I think I see it. Like, I can't see it immediately. I have to like go and look at each color one at a time. And I'm not even sure if I'm correct. Oh my gosh. This must look ridiculous. I am colorblind. I mean, we already know that. I'm just trying to see how bad it is. Okay, this is where it gets like impossible for me. Like, I have to actually look at each color individually. Even then, I know that I'm probably getting it wrong. Okay, here it is. Okay, this one is a little better, right? You can see the gap there. The blue ring, red gap. Okay, it's not immediate. I know, I can see it, but it's not immediate. Which means I know I have weakness there. We got the blue and the little purpley thing. I think it's over here. I mean, I don't want to be like... I don't want to have to think too much, because then I'm like basically cheating the system, right? Okay. Is this it? Like conceptually, I feel like it's over here. All right, this is like hard now. Can I see the gap? Okay, this one is easy. Easy. See, okay. The when things get easy, I can tell that like that's how it's supposed to be. I'm just making sure it's loading. Like what I'm guessing is how easy it is for me to see this gap is how easy it is for you guys to see the other gap, like a normal vision. This one's a little bit harder. Wait, is there a gap in this one? Feels like it's like a completely encircled. Maybe this one right here? It says you may have a red type of color vision deficiency. My red is 50%. My green is 89, 78, but my red is bad, apparently. I know this is a scam. The amount of times I try to use colorblind glasses that never worked. Should I do the blue color test as well? Might as well know it. Brickless says colorblindness is so funny to watch. You poor guy. I'm 50%. That's pretty bad. That's so funny. Will it work? Like, how am I supposed to know if it's actually going to work or not? You know. I think the blue should be okay. I think, right? Let's do a blue test here. I mean, this is like the way it's increasing its difficulty doesn't feel as crazy as when it was red and green, right? Okay, this one is a little bit harder, I think. I think it's over here. Okay, this is like, what? Hey, normal result. Nice. So my blue is okay. But my red and green is pretty bad. All right, I am colorblind. Let me show you how I see colors. So this is how I see the colors apparently. Mikori says, yes. Yes, this is how you see the world. Well, good for you. Let's see. Welcome to the wonderful world of color. I don't know if it's actually going to work. Because I've tried, what is it? I have the in chroma, but it doesn't help. And I think in chroma might be a scam. Visit Colorlight Eye Care Professionals. Though this one seems legit. I want to see. Info. Doesn't really say anything, huh? I'm not about to buy the color glasses here, but this one seems like it's legit. Though it's gonna look so silly to wear these indoors, though. I suppose when I'm doing art, though, maybe it could be helpful. But yeah, so I'm red-green colorblind. So, like, I'm guessing what I see here probably seems really different from what you guys see. I mean, that might explain my art. All right. Some mood board here. What are we looking for? Some blood is mana. Love these like giant structure feels. This one doesn't seem as epic. I love the juxtaposition of this. The composition. Ooh, this looks epic. This looks epic. Like the Magic City is something like epic. So I think... How do I put together a mood board, I do wonder. Brickless says, on the blue color test, I was getting worried myself, but checking the site myself, it was just Twitch compression. I see. Well, I mean, look, everybody has some weakness, I think, even if you have a normal vision. So it's still considered normal range, even if you have harder time to see some of the subtle ones, I think. So alternatively, I could do one of these. I wonder if I can do, you know, those, have you seen those trends where people just choose random color in grayscale? And then, how do I do that? Well, let me see if I can do that. And then they draw with the value instead of the color. How to choose random color in grayscale for Clip Art or Clip Studio or Clip Art Studio, is it? Clip Studio. Just create a new correction layer, hue saturation above your art layer. You can utilize color jitter. Select your desired, well, I guess, I mean, I could do it the hard way. Illustration here, real quick. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna choose a random color though. I mean, my colors always end up coming out a little bit dull anyways. And that's muddy because I probably have color issue. Let's see. Ugh. But one benefit of using... Okay. Wait, what's going on? Is it a dry gauche? Let's do... I like... We're doing distraction on distraction. I think I like this one a lot. Yeah. Okay. So let's say we do this, right? So if I just do random colors, for example, and then we just go like this, and then we just select random colors. I think I end up coming up with, I don't know if this is the best way to select the randomness or not. And then, okay, that's fine. All right. And then we're going to go woo, woo, woo. And then woo, 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 woo. All right. Okay, let's say we do some of these things, right? Dull colors, more like duller. Hi. Hi, Branoid. We're going to do our best to I wonder if I do gray scale filter on this, let's say. Can I do that? Layer, select. Not filter. I guess I gotta make the page grayscale. How do I? Is it permanent if I take all the saturation out? And then if I change it back. Oh, it doesn't come back, right? How do I, hold on. How do I just do grayscale filter? Oh, is it? Do I just do it like this? Saturation. Let me see. Grayscale filter, Clip Studio Paint. Just create a new correction layer. Okay. So we do delete this, delete correction layer. How do I do that? Layer mask, new layer, oh, new correction layer, hue saturation, and drop the saturation. Wow. Okay, I can do this. I'll try not to look at this at all. Honestly, this is already challenging enough for me. So even if I'm just gonna do all of this. And then adjust brightness for each of these. And then just do one of these things. Like so. Obviously, it's in the same brightness, but the hue's different. I'm painting in the world of colorblindness, I think. But this is an interesting challenge sometimes. So obviously they're all same value. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to grab each one of these randomly. I already don't know what is what, so I'm just going to do all that. and then do one of these things. Right? And then just choose one of these and probably just, oh, I guess I could see. Well, whatever. And then I'll adjust brightness here. Wait, does it not get brighter? It does get brighter, right? Okay. I wonder if I can change it so that it's just brightness scale. Maybe I should make a bright version of each one of them. So we have this one. Wait, is not this? I thought it was value. Huh. I just go like that. Like that? What does that look like? No, that's just gray. Oh, interesting. Even though it's filtered, it's just... Okay. Hold on. I gotta redo this. Clearly, I don't know how to do this challenge. We'll just make a different versions of all this. So we'll do this. Then we'll brighten it up. Darken this. We'll do this one. Brighten it up. Darken it. I wonder if I can mix paint to make it a little bit more acceptable. This one, brighten this up. But if I pick color and then it doesn't really get those colors, then how am I supposed to do this challenge? Right? You know? Do you know what I mean? Like, how am I supposed to do this? Okay. Maybe this will work. So I can do gray filter here. So when I'm picking a color, pick color from layer. Yeah. So I think that will default to it. So for example, if I do this. Yes. Okay. All right. It's working. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to grab these and order them by their value. So we'll go, hold on. At least I can do this, I think. Actually, that's not what I want to do. I want to cut it out. How do I cut and move? There you go. Boom. We'll grab this. What is this tool? K. Stop it. Give it to me. Oh, wait. It has to be in this separate layer. I can't just... Well, let me try this again. So I'm going to just sort it out. Let's sort the values out. We'll grab the bright one. We'll grab a bright color here. We have a semi-bright color here. We have something like this. Maybe we should probably jump around a little bit. Slightly brighter, like right here, right? Similar. I think. Unless I'm crazy. Is that about a range? Did I do this already? Yeah, I think that's good enough. All right, we'll grab this. Boom. Now we're talking. Now this is the challenge. I say challenge, but it's just like... My hope is that because I'm so bad at choosing colors, because of my condition. Well, maybe it's not because of that condition. I'm hoping that this will help me. Zomu says, oh, neat. I get to catch you live. Howdy, chat. Hello, Zomu. Space the space me. Thanks for watching my stuff. Fortunately, unfortunately, we just finished our little programming session. Do you like that or not is, I don't know. So we're doing a little bit of art right now just because I'm a little tired from all the stuff that's been going on. So here we are. All right. And evidently, whoa, what is that? Wait, how do I, what's a quick B is brush? Okay. What do you call? A little bit of our session hurt nobody. This is the Loomis method, which I don't really enjoy. It makes your painting look really, or your people look really stiff. So maybe I don't even do a face, though that's what people like to see. Someone says, that's chill, just happy to catch ya. Don't mind the username. I made this when I was like 12. Oh, it happens to the best of us, doesn't it? It's okay. It's a good memory to hold on to, I think. I gotta make sure, okay, I'm gonna put some chill hops on, but I'm not gonna try to play the songs that I'm gonna get copyright striked by. Don't do it. Hopefully this will be kosher here. So we can vibe out here real quick. Is it working? Okay, it says welcome back, Ezra. We're going to go to the creator catalog. Session died. Lovely. All right, let's try that again. And we were just talking about how I'm I am colorblind, red-green colorblind. And then I was expressing my jealousy towards people who are able to pick colors that are really vibrant and nice to look at. I'm going to lower the volume here real quick. Is that working? So we have this. I don't really hear this, so I'm going to look at my... So something that I'm doing right now is sick. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So I'm just graying. So there's a color after all, but I'm graying it out so I can see if I paint with this, if it comes out to be anything. So a few things I'm thinking about. It would be cool if, well, B's airbrush. Oh, anyways. Figure or nature, right? If we take this type of thing as inspiration, though, I like this like vertical look, but I know people love portrait too. So maybe we do a little bit of both. Oh, what if I do this kind of vibe right here? This one is kind of sick. Little magical world with light. I don't think I can do that though. I don't have patience for that right now. Let's just do portrait. Ooh, a star. All right. So if we're thinking, maybe we get a little bit detailed, not too much. So let's see. How about if it's like this big, for example, and then we go like that, you know? And then we have some eye level, like so. And then we have some circular thing going on and something. And then I'm just drawing loosely here because it's been a while since I last painted anything. I say paint it, but I never painted in my life, technically. Because I never do physical medium. Always on that pixel art game these days. So let's see what this ends up being. I'm just going to try to shape up. I'm trying not to use any of the like Loomis method or like the well-known methods because I don't want to be stiff. So I'll just kind of generally shape up things to see if I can start to envision what's all here. So let's say we have something like that. I'm going to start pressing a little bit harder. It's already a caricature right now with all these lines. If I do something like that, right? And then like that. And then maybe some hairline. I actually never know if the hairlines are like this or like this. That's always a little bit confusing for me. I guess it depends on the person. So if I do something like that, it does feel weird. I feel like the calibration of the tablet doesn't feel appropriate for me, but and then this is a cylinder, right? Cylinder of a neck. So we have it go straight down with the base like circled like this, but then we have the muscle that gets attached in the backside like so. So you see something like this, I think. Like so. I think. I think people like seeing pretty faces, so right now it's not turning up to be that pretty right now. So I'm a little bit concerned. Do I know how to draw pretty things? I don't think I do. I don't know what pretty is. Whoops. Sorry, I didn't read the entire thing. Zornu says, don't mind the username. I made this when I was 12. I didn't realize you could have a space in your YouTube username at the time, so I typed the word space out in all caps. You are a programmer before programming. It's a very programmer-like thing to do, I think. I do like this type of kind of lip description, though. And I guess there's a potential that this can turn out to be really ugly. But I'm going to have to kind of work with it. I think this is what human body looks like. Ooh. Sometimes lags. All right, so the ears turning out a little bit. And I believe usually this part, it comes in like that. And this thing goes like that, where it goes kind of like this. Ear is one of those things also that gets drawn in many different ways too. Kind of skinny. I feel like this person is a little bit too skinny, but let's say this goes like that. Then I suppose the eyes like this. Maybe? I don't know. Feels pretty balanced. I'm surprised that it's looking as even as it is looking right now. But once I start drawing this out, I think we'll probably notice that it's not that even. Like so, maybe? And depending on how the eyes are shaped, since we're looking down, we're going to have something like this probably. where it's going in like this. This really does look a little bit too serious though. Look at this, all the forehead real estate. Doesn't look right. The eyes are looking down, but then the faces are pointing up. This feels wrong. Alas, it has really been that long. I'm excited to see if it's actually colorful or if it's just going to end up coming out muddy. So we have eyebrow line here, and it goes in like this, right? So we go like that and drops in, and then we have the circle like that, I suppose, if you really need it to be. Something. That means this one also probably like that. The evenness of the eye is always struggle, I feel. I think it's been how many years since I last tried to do some sort of like fine art. So I'm a little bit afraid how it's going to turn out. Can't say that I understand anatomy very well anymore. Something about this feels wrong. It feels wrong because, look, the eyes are turning up this way, but then the nose is going like that, and then the mouth is going like that. It's going everywhere. I almost feel like I need to rotate. I almost feel like I need to rotate the, to match the eyes. Right? Or rotate the eye down. I have to be like, ooh, it's more like this. Like so. Like it matches more this way. Right? Man. How did people do this before digital art? You know? And also this mouth is now going too far. Realistically speaking, at least. I think. Right? So we have... What's going on here? We have this line going like this. And then we're falling back like this. So why is the nose doing that? It should be doing this, right? Ugh, I don't like it. It's so ugly. I do think that the eyes are a little off. Maybe it's the top of the head. That's the issue. Let's see. Without the headline, I want to see if it feels better. It does feel like most of the face is facing one direction, doesn't it? Like this is looking up. Why does it feel so wrong? I wish I had somebody to help me here. Okay, so this is clearly one of these things. So if we go straight up, this might go in more actually, if I want to do it properly. Oops. Yeah, I'm starting to turn the face away because of the eyes. Instead of matching the eyes to the rest of the face, I'm matching the rest of the face to the eye. I might have to redo the eyes here. I have to be a little stubborn for the improvement in my own skill. Because without the eyes, this feels okay. Right? Where you have a little bit of foreheadness here. And it's facing like so. This feels okay. Where it's going like that. The center of the head goes through and then drops out like so. Oh my gosh. Can't. Which means this needs to be a little bit smaller down here, I think. The neck feels really skinny. This is probably more normal. This feels a little better. May or may not be. Then probably have a little bit of line here, which means we definitely want to drop this out like so. We want to have this kind of thickness like that. What does the eye do in this case though? That's a real struggle here. The lips are a little bit too pouty, I think, for that. So we want to be like, ooh. Nose line goes down, straight down, and then you have this like protruding lip situation here. And so the center line is like this. This means we have the face going like that. So like this maybe over here. Maybe that's better. And some people have this like socket in quite hard. This still doesn't line up with the nose, mouth. That means I probably should also be kind of like this. The pick also goes like that. Yeah, that's a little bit better. So if I go like that, and go like that, is more like it. Yeah. That feels a little bit more balanced, I want to say. Does that feel better? I think so. Yeah, that looks less awkward. Yes. Okay. So let's say we have some hair here. What does hair look like? A typical heroic sense. I don't know, like what are some typical anime hairs? Hairs are these days popular hair looks something like the little, not even like the swirls. Maybe it just goes like that. Just go wee wee. And then it's like, oh, like so. A little bit of texture. And some texture here. So we have this part that's fallen out to the front. And we have some parts that's just kind of fallen to the back. With a little bit of volume, I'm guessing. Not sure why this guy looks so angry though. Not very pretty. I think there's like a little bit of too much space in the backside though. Relax, get a haircut. Which reminds me I do need a haircut myself, honestly. Let's say this is what I do here. little nappy. Also very angry person. So we could probably mellow out this person's feature. It's all these wrinkles that I've been drawing in that's causing this person to look very like angry. So we can make this person a little bit more give them a little bit more class. A little bit more pretty privilege, right? As we say. The pre-privilege we all deserve. Give that a little plastic surgery here. What am I even saying? So if we have like a little pretty privilege. Thanks for the follow, Lucky Pants. Just so we're not confused, this is not typically an art channel, obviously. We're here for the game dev. But I'm feeling a little mellow right now. So I'm trying to do a little bit of trying to get back on the pen, so to speak. It's been a while. I used to draw a lot when I was a kid. Like when I say kid, I mean like I was really a kid compared to now. What my age right now is 35. And back when I used to draw a lot, I was more like 16. So a lot of the drawing ideals that I have right now, though I've been consistently watching stuff, so I would like to think that there is an improvement in some sense. But what you're witnessing is a 16-year-old level, I think, or maybe 18. Maybe 16 is a little too harsh. But you know. But also I'm colorblind, red green. So we're doing these like, oh, should I turn it off? Oh, hey, that doesn't look half bad, but you see like there's a mixture of colors. I'm just doing the gray filter. Oh, that's kind of sick. I like that. That looks pretty dope, actually. The subtle color that gets introduced in between doesn't seem as bad as I thought it would. But yeah. Let's see. I suppose we can have a little bit of light. You can still be slightly pretty boy, I mean, and still have a little bit of facial structure. AKA Dick Grayson from Batman. Or, yeah, Robin. Dick Grayson is the Robin that becomes Batman later, right? I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with the lore of the DC universe, so correct me if I'm wrong. I think there's shadow here. Typically, people like to do that one. And then this band... Oh. Zornu says, and you're doing great. Thank you. Brick says, thing he becomes Nightwing. Yeah. But he's the most like... Wait, I thought Nightwing does become a new Batman later. I know we have the Todd, who is the Red Hood or whatever. And then you have the Dick Grayson, who's also Nightwing, but... whatever. We'll clean up here a little bit. Give it a little bit of a shiny forehead here. Probably start structuring out what these like hairline actually end up looking like. Right now it's still a little bit kind of wishy-washy. I don't like this. I really don't like this soft eraser, I must say. I'll cut out more aggressively here. Kneaded eraser probably feels better. I'm gonna do a little bit of texture. But you know what I'm saying. that kind of like tough guy. Or not tough guy, but the proverbial pretty boy. And I guess we could start rendering out some of the shapes a little more. So if we actually start drawing this out like so. Thanks for the follow, Shake of Milk. Once again, guys, if you're here for the art, I'm sorry to say that I am a game developer, streamer, but I don't mind doing this. Okay, so the secret is I do like art, and then I've been recently thinking that it would be cool to get it back into it, because I'm also thinking like some sort of like getting better at design and just generally like visual things might be super beneficial for my YouTube channel, for either making, you know, character assets for games, or even just designing the video, like some of the ideas behind the video. Graphic design can be very helpful, I think. So I was thinking it'd be cool to do more serious art stuff again. And as part of that, I made a new TikTok account. I should probably also make a new Instagram account or whatever. Maybe I do a YouTube account, because I wanna try making an art social media presence separately and see how that goes. And so I was thinking about that yesterday, clearly. So as any ADHDer can attest to, once you get your mind fixated on some concept, it's really hard not to think about it. So I was really struggling today. I was doing my programming, being like, oh man, I really want to be just like drawing a little bit to get back into the idea of doing art again. I don't want to like detail this out too much, I think. But you know what I mean. Big picture, I don't like how much the front of the hair is sticking out. I kind of want to get it to be a little bit more steep like this. So I think we might want to cut this out like that. This might look better, honestly. Realistic, at least. I think I need to shift the hairline a little bit. Seems like, to me, that the center of the hair actually should be over here, actually. If I want to do a 50-50 split, there should actually be more like this, where the inner layer, if I actually want to do that, it should more look like this, I think. How do people do this part? This seems a little bit tough. I don't get. I do not get. Do people just like color this in? Just go meh and call it done? Something like it. Something like this. Okay. Well, there's a little bit of hand waviness here, which looks kind of silly. But maybe if I just kind of darken this out. Mikori says, so good at drawing. I appreciate it, but for the amount of experience I have, I feel like I should definitely be better. I wish I was better, but I do appreciate the little glazing here and there. That's what the kids call it these days, right? Glazing? Because that helps me feel a little bit better about myself and my lack of. I think we can just go like this. like so. I'm looking at this right here, generally speaking. And we'll probably do some shaping later, but you know what I'm saying. It's definitely a little bit too forward. It looks like the top of the head is like this. So I need to bring it back a little bit, flatten it out. Shake of Milk says, didn't realize you were also on Twitch. Came from YouTube here. Oh, I see. Well, thanks for follow either way. So the hairline seems like it's like a little bit too slanted up. It needs to go back a little more. So we need to figure that part out. So we're going to push it back like this. I think that's more realistic, honestly. That means it also goes like that, right? I just don't want to be too dark, though. It could look a little bit silly if it's too dark. Should probably do that. It's so tempting to just like what do you call? It feels tempting since I'm doing the whole like grayscaling the color thing right now to look at what it looks like already. But I know I want to experience the magic of finding out what the color is doing later. So I'll hold up and be a little bit patient. There, I think. Does that look like a face? I don't know. I think so. Let's see. How about this? We'll do a little bit of coloring here. How about we do a little bit of like open eye? Like a little bit, one of those like scary looking ones. I'll grab some of these dark colors. Come over here and then do some little bit of detail. So like, you know those like piercing eyes that the blue eyes people have? Blue-eyed people. You people. That sounds wrong. You know what I'm talking about though. And then that means we can have a little bit of shadow here. And because the eyeball, the iris is actually like this, right? It's like a reverse cone. Says, yes, a face with your hair. My hair. I say, you know what? That's why I think as an artist, you want to try dressing, especially if you're doing portrait artists. You need to always like try dressing in many different ways that you would normally not. Because it's hard to draw things that you're not used to or you don't see every day. Because, okay, I'm giving them really cunty eyebrows. Because it's like you just don't know what's out there if you're not, you know, used to dressing like that, you know? Oh, it's dang, a little bit too defined now. I'm gonna have to redo this later, but for now I'm gonna go with this. Maybe 20 is the smallest I go. Also, why is it pointing up? I feel like that's wrong. I feel like the direction of the iris should be pointed down instead. Thanks for the follow. Jenny is Jordan. Mikri says the eyes at first gave me the vampire vibes. That's correct. PD says, have you ever had any ghost experience? A haunting? I gotta say, no, I haven't. I haven't had such experience personally. Do I believe it? Is probably a separate question. I don't know. I haven't really decided if I do or not. Okay, I gotta be careful though. I am falling into the trap of rendering a little bit too much. So we gotta be careful here. Okay, we have the gray paper behind. We might wanna. I gotta mellow this out a little bit. And then we got to detail this out, probably. Doesn't feel right though. I wish I could, maybe I should turn this a little bit. I'm going to turn my tablet a little bit. Hopefully that'll help me feel a little bit more coordinated. In sync with the screen. Something like that, right? Goes like that. I think that's how they do it. Let's see. Definitely get rid of that pretty lashes here. No space for pretty lashes. We're gonna take some of this hair color, whatever that is. Actually, probably gonna go for a little bit darker color over here. And start drawing this out. I do feel like it's starting to feel a little bit lopsided here. Because the eyebrow line is going like this, right? But then the eye line, the nose line, and then the mouth line is going like that. So actually, I need to make sure I match the... I need to make sure I match the brow lines here. So let me redo the drawing here. So if I go like that, where the hairline is also, then I want the eye line to match that. I guess that's not that bad. Maybe the chin line over here, mouth line. I guess that's not that bad, huh? Okay, well, maybe I was just tripping. Okay. Let's see. Mikori says, by the way, as I know you usually do simple pixel art, low res, I think one day you should challenge yourself to do this style, where it's still pixel art but more sketch-like. Oh, no, I have been looking at it. Yes, I do like this. And this one is so crazy. This almost looks like pixel shader. And resolution-wise, they're pretty high, actually. Because you can't see the pixel. This is like at least like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. I think it's 64 by 64, right? Are they? So it's actually pretty high resolution. So it's definitely different. It's still pixel art, but you know, we're in the higher resolution space. I do want to try it. Thanks for suggesting. Zornu says, wait, yeah, I think they're right. Nightwing, not Red Hood. Yeah. Dick Grayson is Nightwing. Todd is Red Hood. But Nightwing also is the official receiver of the new Batman inheritance, I think. You know, I'm not going to do any lasso tool shenanigans. I'm going to draw everything. So if I have to redraw something, erase and redraw instead of going for moving things around. Because I feel like that's just not in the spirit of this thing. Moving things around, I mean. What we're going to do here is we're going to probably... I think mouth being up here feels a little bit better. And technically, you want to do one of these things like that. Like so. And then this is a dark line, and then you meet it. And over here as well, you do a little bit of dark line, meet it. Feels a little pouty. Am I crazy? Feels okay actually now. So let's say like, still a little bit pouty. This person got a little lip filler of some sort. Maybe the, what do you call this? Not fulcrum. Is it called fulcrum? The I forgot what it's called. The Filtrum. Filtrum. Maybe the Filtrum is a little bit too short for this particular person, at least. So let me bring it down a little bit. I'm gonna bring it down. There you go. That's a little bit better, I think. Feels better, at least. I think this feels okay. So like if we have some of these things going on, it's going to be like that. Yeah, it's okay. That feels much better. And then we have some lip situation going on. And then with the chin thing, the idea is we're going to have probably something that goes like that. If I were looking at the actually physiology of this anatomy that is a mouth. Like so. And then the insertion comes through like that. Understanding, I mean, I did a lot of anatomy study when I was doing art, but I got really frustrated because I could never like fully understand it. When I say fully understand it, it's in like there's a lot to remember, I feel. But surprisingly, I feel like I'm getting kind of comfortable with it a little bit at least. So like that. Erase some of these. There you go. Generic pretty boy. Missing something. The mouth feels a little bit small. I kind of want to make it bigger. I want to like extend it out. Like so. Just I'm gonna try to be a little bit more light-handed here. The downturned mouth a little bit. We can turn it up to be a little bit more smiley, like so. I think that's okay. What do you think, guys? I think this is looking promising here. And then we can define this a little bit more. Let's see. We're gonna put base color here because the paper itself is gray, so it has no color. So what we're gonna do, we'll probably fill it up now. We paint it up. Yeah. I can't tell actually if it's being drawn in. It's not. Okay, so we're gonna pick this up. Or actually, let's do some bright color here. And then we're gonna... Can I not? Hold on. Hey, why can't I not draw on this? Oh, it's eraser. Okay, that's why. I was like, I can't draw on it. Oh, I have eraser selected. Yeah, why is it doing this? Hello? Okay. There you go. All right, so we can do this. So I'm gonna just paint this out so there's some color base. Like so. All right. So we have somewhere to start from. And then we'll just turn this back on. There you go. Cooley says, we drawing now? Yeah. I wanted to do a little bit of art today, well, in general. But the main thing is I want to do a little bit of art channel. I also figured that it might be really helpful with the, what do you call? Well, getting better at art is helpful with like deciding on the visual components of games in general, of course. But also, a hidden benefit is... Actually, I don't know. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I actually just wanted to say I'm making art social which seemed fun. And that's what I'm doing. I guess this might catch a little bit. There might be a little bit of here. Oh yeah. Also, like I was just talking about how, like, in terms of graphic art, it probably is very helpful with the video making. If I can get used to drawing pretty things or aesthetically pleasing things. You know? Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. It's a little bit of art. So I'm trying to get better at it. I haven't done art since, as I was saying, I haven't taken it as seriously. What the heck is going on here? I haven't taken it as seriously since high school, which for me is a long, long time ago. Keep saying. Hello? I guess I have to do still. I guess I shouldn't do any shading just yet, seems. It's really confusing. Seems like this brush is very mixy brush. Like you have to really press hard on it. The value feels interesting. Willie says, do you flip your canvas? I do. Because it's really hard to it's really hard to get it right without flipping it back and forth. Little really thick outline. I wonder if I'm gonna make it so that I don't do that. As I was saying that my only one regret, I guess, is, you know, I'm gonna merge this layer. Oh no, that's not what I meant to do. I want to see how ridiculous it looks. Do I do it? Do I do it? Do I flip the grayscale off? Oh my gosh. That is a crazy color combination. Oh my goodness. That yellow is crazy. That yellow is crazy. Wow. Okay, well, cool. Chloe says I dig it. Genius Jordan says it's perfect. Yeah, it is a vital tool. I flip. Okay, the first TikTok is going to be, watch me come out of 30... Hold on. I'm 35. Let's say 18. Let's say 20 to be generous. Watch me come out of 15 years of art block. That would be my first video. People love that kind of stuff. Oh, I wonder what's going to happen. And then at the end, have a modified voice that goes, how did I do? You know what I'm talking about? The TikTok voice? The generated TikTok voice? I'm not doing it for the art. I'm doing it for the talk. Dang. It's kind of crazy what's going on here with the color. I'm going to grab this one instead. All right. You can kind of tell, because sometimes when the colors are blending, it does that weird ripple effect, which makes it kind of crazy. And then I suppose we can bring this out. Hopefully. Like, it doesn't blend well, you can tell. Not that it matters. Like it doesn't actually have to be blended. Maybe I need more textured brushes. I'm gonna be more proactive on picking up some of the colors from the palette so that there's more color variation though. And then maybe grab this. Grab this. It's like watching, like when you're watching Bob Ross video, right? There's this whole meta of people being like, ruined, ruined. That's how I feel whenever I put a really hard color on. I still want to keep it a little textured though. So I don't know, I'm kind of regretting really doing a hard line on this. So like I still want a little thin dark color here, right? And then maybe blend it out a little bit. Is that what people do? Like I really want to caution against like smoothing out too much, because I like the chunkiness. So I'm gonna keep it chunky and directional. Maybe that's what I need to do. I'm gonna keep it chunky, directional, and so the texture is alive. Like the bristle, you can see. Maybe it needs to be bigger. Maybe I need to use bigger brush. You know what? That's right. I think I'm working too much detail. I'm going to do bigger strokes here. So, do one of these things. One of these things. Like so. Not too much rendering. I still want to keep that like a little bit of like animated feel. Right, obviously we're not doing realism here. So bring it down. And also a lot of soft edges in the darkest of the darks, right? Because we want to be mindful of like ambient occlusion or whatever the real artists call them. Mind you, I'm not a real artist. I'm a student, a wannabe. I always ruin my work during the rendering phase because I think I have tendency to over render. So I'm gonna try my best, try so hard not to over render today. So I'm gonna just give it a general stroke here. General stroke here, like that. Give this as well. And bring this darker color, maybe like a mid-tone. Maybe this, go with this one. And then say, whoop. The dev house says, understandable. Oh, shoot. What happened? Did I miss something? Ah, shoot. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the raid, Dave House. This is a game dev channel. I am very tired, so that's why I'm doing art, which I don't usually do. I do pixel art. I was like, what are you guys talking about? Yes. Turns out I am really into this right now. But thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Thanks for the shout out as well on the Mikori. I'm guessing Mikori did it. We have a mod. Yes, we have mods. See, even if I don't notice, the mods do. That's what I pay them for, you know. Mods are like, what? You pay us? It's like, no, we don't. But it's, you know, it's the phrase. It's the phrase. You know what I'm saying. Anyways, art is fun. Art is fun. But also is hard. Hello? Oh. Oh, recovery. Okay. I guess, I mean, this is okay, I think. We can do like triangle like this, and then rest is just like kind of like dark color. Like so, maybe? I don't know. Isn't that how body works? Do feel like I put too much light on that, but whatever. But yeah, welcome Raiders. Sorry, I don't know, man. It's just, you know, it's a vibe today, so we're doing what we can. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. But yeah. Did I thank enough? Maybe I should thank more. Thank you. Thank you, Raiders. Clearly, I'm so good at this. The beast of a streamer himself. Clearly. I know for a fact that this color is going to be crazy because that green was insane. Like you can see it. You can see it struggling. Look at this. Look at the rendering struggling with that like little ripple effect. Crazy. Anyways. The dev house says understandable, haha. Cooley says there it is. I got you. Wait, we get paid. Oh yeah, it was Cooley. Thanks, appreciate it. Dev house says I agree that art is fun. I'm on one of the 3D artists on my team. Oh, that's cool. Well. You know, I can't say I'm an artist just because I have been so off of it so long. I'm trying to get back into it. I mean, that's why I'm doing this right now. This is my attempt at trying to get back into the idea of it. There you go. All right, good enough. I'm doing the like the colorblind challenge right now. It's a challenge because not really, you know? Like I'm actually colorblind. So it's like, you know, honestly, doing this way probably doesn't make it any like better than it would be. I feel like the green is kind of bad color I chose. I'm gonna go for this one instead. It just doesn't mix well, it seems, with the whatever color I ended up choosing here. Or something like that, I think. Ah! What is this? I don't know what's going on here. Good enough. Let's not over-render. Once again, I gotta make sure I don't over-render. Good enough. You know what? I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it done-ish. Not really, but you know what I'm saying. All right, so we go like this. Oh, what the heck? Like so, right? Like you do something like that, right? And make a little circle, little ring. And then you just pinch it. You just pinch it, go like this. And then, hey, light. Boom, 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 boom. So if you look at it right here, you see the idea. Here, not so much, but I mean, that's a matter of blending, I think. But on here, you can see that it looks really like nice. Like that. That's all that matters. If it looks good, zoomed out, good enough. Stop sweating the small things, right? Isn't that what artist says? Probably not. There, I'll make it a little bit more stranded or strained. Yeah, something like that, I think. I have a feeling this is gonna look insane once I turn up the gray filter. Not in a good way. But it's okay. It's part of the experience. Yeah. That looks okay. Acceptable. Chloe says, the colorblind challenge on Life Then. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I always thought it's cool, but because I keep saying this. Okay, so people who were here from the beginning heard this already. But I always struggle with choosing vibrant color when drawing. Just general struggle I have. And I was hoping that drawing based value, based on value only, would help me kind of break through and see the color. Now, of course, I'm not making a conscientious decision to choose the color, so maybe it defeats the purpose of the challenge itself or the exercise. But you know, I get what I can. Also, I'm not going to try to like, what do you call, complete this out too much either. I mean, I feel like this is rendered enough, honestly. Oops. And there's a little bit of awkwardness in terms of the warp in the face. A tiny bit of warp. I'm not going to also fully render this nose out either. I'm just going to call it that. Just do a little pinch here, a little middle line, a little blend line. Maybe put the shadow down here a little bit. And then probably put down a little highlight. Don't people put highlight on the nose area like this? Is that something people do? I don't know. I have a feeling it's going to be insane right here. I'm going to blend this in a little bit. And then I do believe there's an opportunity for a little bit of highlight on this line right here. It's going to look crazy. I know for a fact that we've already checked that the base right now is... Okay, that's a little too much. Ugh, that green is going to kill us. But it's okay. But you know, here we are. And that's when you re-choose the color until it looks good. I mean, maybe the trick is to choose in the beginning the color combination that actually is like nice, as opposed to just actually picking random colors. Maybe that's my mistake. This one's gonna look scary. Good enough. I also won't save this. I don't like saving my artwork. The dynamic range is a little bit garbage right now because of... Hold on, let me go somewhere else. I think dynamic range, a little bit like that. Yeah. I think we can go brighter, honestly. And then just kind of blend this out. Oh, this is gonna look so insane. Yay! Call it. I mean, honestly, I hate this. I hate all of this. I hate all these, like, actual blending I did. I should practice being more blocky, honestly. No more soft lines. Hard lines only, you know? Cooley says, I do. Alright, ready? Oh my gosh. I mean, that's not as bad as I thought it would be. I thought it was going to be even crazier. It looks even cooler when it's like zoomed out. The hair part I actually like a lot. This like blue midtone and then the yellow highlight Over here looks pretty insane. Interesting. They're in a club, yeah. This looks kind of sick right here. I like this. I like the blue, yellow, and red combination here. Feels really nice. Party light. Yeah, party light. Oh. Okay. Fun. Fun. Let me just check on a few things here. That was fun. We definitely need to do more pixel art as well. And maybe the next exercise, because I am trying to get back into art. And when I say I'm not saving my art, I mean that. As you can see. Go back to our Pinterest board. Let's do some portraits here. I don't know what the vibe we're looking for is. Do I say, if I just type portrait, does it pull up nice references? Portrait. Okay, I feel like I've seen these faces before. Ooh, Renaissance portrait? That could be interesting. Oh, I love this. I will never be able to copy these things. I just don't have... This looks like Jonas Brothers. Yassified Jonas Brothers in like a old English era. Oh man, look at this hair. Man, one day. It just looks so much like... The structurally is very strong. And I think that's what I need to practice here. A strong structure. I mean, even this is probably the better step forward. This is also AI, I can tell. Oh, it says AI modified, yeah. But like, you know what I mean? Like the strong structure is how you develop into this. The problem with what I drew earlier is that the contrast is not strong enough. So I think I'm going to take that as kind of inspiration here. Get the shape and make sure I have this strong, definite, defined structures for the features. That's the challenge for myself, I think. So we'll have I don't know what the good pen for that is. Hello? Oh. Okay, there it is. So now we're back at it. So we're saying some big screen, big circle. And we see a line like that with a nose that drops in immediately. So I think that's kind of the study that we're looking for. Then this line, hairline like this. We got the headline like this with the face that's facing more like so. It's facing like that. And then the facial surface is more like over here. This is the face right here. The front of it. And then there's a little bit of slant out. And then it goes like that. Like so. I think. And then it goes slope in like that. Which means when the hair comes out, it goes all the way from here like that. Like so. So you see this line right here. And then this can fall forward a little naturally like so. So something like that, right? From this as well, comes through like that. That's the idea. And the rest of the hair is just whatever, right? So we got this face down. The eye line. Eye line is not that slanted, I think. It's just generally like this. And then when it falls back, it goes whoop, boop, like that. Goes in like that. There's like some sense of smoothness that is enveloping this eye area, I think. It falls in here. Like so. And then from here, the chin line kind of drops back a little bit. So like this. The feeling is something like that. Chin line drops in very strongly. The feeling of wrapping around. The nose level, as I said, drops in immediately. But then there's a strong sense of structure. And then you can see it also follow along, and then fall back out into this area. So you see the bottom strongly coming out like that. With strong sideburns. Like so. And then swooping back, which means back at the hairline. And then, of course, in a typical Matt Mercer hairstyle. Like so. And then obviously the face gets tucked in somewhere in here, probably. I think like that, right? I mean, this is the result of what I'm seeing here, the study. And also, this whole thing is kind of cool, but that's besides the point, I think. Hello? Why is it not drawing anymore? There you go. Weird. Oops. All right. Well, good enough. The intensity. Okay. So more study here. So if I go over with a darker line here, I'll do it with the pencil this time. Not brush. There you go. So if I go for, so if we have mechanical pencil maybe, or rough pencil, lighter pencil, darker pencil, real pencil. Maybe design or real pencil is good. Okay. So if we have this, what we're looking for, I think, we see some brow line here. I kind of want to go back to the reference we were looking earlier, because brow line is like this, and then the eye matches like that. This part is always the hardest part for me, where clearly the nose line like brings the nose forward. So this is a nose level, right? So you have this like nose line bringing the nose forward like this, right? But the nose dropping back into the face causes the eye to, between the center of this and the center of the eye, it feels really far apart, but it's not. That's so cool. So it comes down, goes out, right? We have this out here where it pinches in like this. And I'm seeing a little bit of scallop down here where the eye occupies this space and this one goes out like that. So you have come down, a little bit of drift, and then this is where the eye starts. And of course, because it's a huge cylinder, you see the eye going like this. Like so. And then the mouth, you can't really tell, but it's like a thin mouth. Slightly above. And then with the eye line, it falls out and then it's saying like this is the bone here, which is kind of equivalently described over here. And then as they fall in, a little bit like a skinnier, pouty person here. You can see the, with the eye center line following the nose base, it's right on the mouth. So if I go like that, it's like this. The other eye, this also falls in. The eyebrow goes up, out a little bit. And then it goes like this. And that's what it matches to the peak of the eyebrow here, I think. And then you see it go like this. Oops. Okay, so a little bit of shadow here. And then it catches in. You see the entirety of the eye over here, I guess. The shape is something like this, because you see the circle of the eye and it pinches in. And then with the same direction, the eyeball looks at you. The circle is correct, but maybe it needs to be a little bit smaller. It needs to match this shape, I think. It needs to look a little bit rounder. Or something like that, I think. Not sure if it's true or not. That looks okay. Let's see. Very dark. I don't have to describe that just yet. Like so? Something like this. And then the corner of the mouth still matches. This one is looking a little pouty. Matching this cheekbone line, actually. So it's doing a little bit of this. Like so. I think. Match Tour says, what the fuck, Ezra? You are an artist as well? Insane facial anatomy knowledge too. I don't have any knowledge. I'm just looking at this, trying to understand what's going on. I'm just trying to understand the form. It's all on the reference. But I appreciate the kind, what do you call, evaluation of my skill. Seems like this lip is coming out like that. It's clearly catching upper lip. And let's see. It's going down, so we have significant amount of the portion of the below the lip going down. It seems like this part is part of the upper facing value. So. And then we have the chin value here, so we have the rest like so. And goes in, down. Okay, so this is facing away. You can tell, but then seems like we have a little flatter. It pulls down. It seems like this is pulling down flat towards the side of the face. And this one is angling out. So you have a highlight like that. So pulling down, so almost, I feel like we have hard edge here, but soft edge here. So we probably want to change that to be like soft edge here. And then convert that to hard edge. A little bit, maybe. I do like the circular, like how it opens up like this. Like we have this face that's not just like this, but it's like the face is kind of like taking out this shape. Cool. Kuli says, he's humble, Lamau. I just know that I could be better. Mejtor says, he's definitely humble. You can tell by the way he lined a tear duct with the nose size, Lamau. Oh, hey, this helps. Referenced for the win. I appreciate it. Mejtor says, but if you're going to stylize this intentionally, ears should be lower since the top of the ear is the same placement as the eyes. Oh, yes, yes, you're right. Because it's coming through. So we have the roundedness here. Because this is the part that I feel always jealous about when people do this well. Where you can see how this transition of the plane of flat to a rounded out corner that goes up like that. This looks so good. So it's like this. And then once it rounds out, we have the jutting out here. And then it goes straight up into this. And it seems like the ear is flaring out like this on that line. Actually. And for this one as well. Kind of in between the nose. Kind of like this? Something like that? I don't know. I'm going to say that's what I'm seeing. So it's going like that, and like so. Very fleshy ear, this one. You know, honestly, you know what's funny about drawing is that I use myself as a model so much that once I see other people's stuff and I say flashier ear, it's like just comparing to myself. It's like, oh, no, it's just I look weird compared to these models, I guess. And it's also doing this half cover, so I guess it's okay. But I prefer ear shaping like over here, like this, and then the flashy part is just like just a small fold. You know what I'm saying? This is always a little bit tricky to me. Seems okay. And then the base of the skull coming here. Triangle. Like so. And then epic color. Boom. And then unrealistically thick color that catches light. That wraps around all the way to the back because it's a stiff fabric. Something like that, I think. The other side is always a little bit tough. Oh, why aren't you drawing? There you go. Seems like it's saying instead of scalping in, scalping up like so. But that doesn't make really much sense because it needs to, unless it's like this is what the clothes look like so. I mean, is that what we're saying this is? Like instead of having one of these colors, it's like, oh, I ironed this color this morning. A triangle color. I guess characteristically that just kind of draws better, but something like that, I think. And of course, I want to practice drawing like really high contrast. That's pretty cool. I'm not going to do facial hair though, because I don't want to cheat right now. Okay. I need to definitely learn more hairstyle. That's for sure. I really struggle with like different types of hairstyles that are out there because I only know how my hair sits on my head, but I don't know how like other different hair types sit on their head. So I know one variation of Asian hair, but that's pretty much it, you know? Say, this is just got John Wick hairstyle. And this was slick back. Then headline here. The tilt detection is kind of bad on this, apparently. Okay. This looks okay, doesn't it? It looks like structurally sound. I think we want to get this detail in where we have this, because where the eyeball sits is a little puffy. This one had it so that this catches light. And then very intense. Okay, so this is also my weakness. Deep set eyes. Because I don't have deep set eyes, growing up, I've only practiced drawing like flatter. Like my eyebrow bridge does not touch my eyeball. Like it makes no sense to me. But like a lot of these like European looks are always like the brow bridge is like practically inside touching the eyeball, which I always struggle to understand. So here we are. Something like that? All right. Let's see if the nose can actually be shaped out now. Bridge, tip. Ah, too big. Eyelids, or Magitor says, you literally have the same hair minus some strands. Yeah. So at least this hair I can understand a little bit. This hairline is a little confusing though. I don't have the sideburns, so that's always a problem. Magitor says, eyelids or shadows are key in deep set eyes. Yeah. I always struggle with it. I always feel like I place the brow line a little bit too high whenever I try to do deep set eyes. That's my problem. And this like deep shadow probably is something that sells that story, probably, as you said. Like that's what sells it. And then the dark shadow that goes all the way in. Always feel like I sell it a little bit too short. Something like that, I think. See, this one is all the way down here too. Like I almost feel like I should have brought it all the way down. All right, something like that. Okay. And then what do we have here? A little bit of definition correction. My least favorite part is when I have to actually define what I see in my mind's eye. Because, you know, when you have these like messy line, you see the shape in your head. So your head, your imagination is drawing what the face looks like. So you're like, oh my God, this looks great. And then when you're trying to actually like outline what you're thinking about, you realize, oh my gosh, I have no idea what I'm doing. That's how I feel all the time. So I actually need to clean this up now and provide the proof that I understand what's going on here. Like so. A little bit of catches the light a little bit here, maybe. I think that's how it works. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. And go boop. And you have this in. I think, well, this is a strong line. So we have a strong line here. What does that look like? Doesn't look half bad. This looks okay. Right? Am I doing it right? The thin lips can be fixed a little bit. Let's give this person a little bit more lip. And then just the curl out. Just tiny curl outs. Yes. Yes. Now that's what I'm talking about. Oops. There you go. Like so. And this, clean up a little bit. I'm gonna remove some of these boundary on the lip line. And then this boundary as well, clean this up a little bit. Yeah. Okay, this is looking a lot better than what I drew earlier. And this is why reference is goated. Honestly, why do I even try to draw without reference at all? I guess part of it is like I don't want to be influenced by some of the design of the reference, but if you pick the reference correctly, I feel like it's okay. Ooh, sorry, I missed a chat here. Mage Tour says, is it Measure Tour or Mage Tour? So look up Asaro Head for a quick peek reference into Deep Set Eye. Ooh, Asaro Head, thanks. Asaro Head. It's two planes mainly between eyelid opening and the brow itself. It looks great. What do you mean? Oh, thanks. Oh, wait. I mean, that's like not as... That's the thing. Like when you're looking at it, when they're doing one of these, you think that this slope is faster, but it's not. Okay, I get it. Okay. I think I understand. And this line right here. Now this going all the way in, this is a very interesting find. This whole part is facing up, down. This is facing side. Interesting. Okay, I get it. Okay. You know what? This I should use all the time. Why not? Why don't we use this all the time? Makes perfect sense. All right. Oh, my finger hurts though. Oh, wrong, wrong end of the tablet. So I want to separate this out. There's a little highlight layer for that backlight. So it's not that it's not there. I just want to separate this out. I think that could be pretty sick. And then have this part also catch highlight like that. And then we're gonna clean this part up a little bit so that it's less there. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna clean up some of these shades so that I can be intentional as opposed to accidental. Because I know what I see in my head, or what is in my mind's eye, so they say. But what you want to see is a little bit more intentional. I think. Hold on. Oh. This part is actually very helpful. This transition is really so hard to draw or understand. I mean, Measure Tour says, people have been using Asaro's head since 1976. Haha, it's a great reference for facial planes. Shading with two sides, one simplified, another rough. Yeah, this is really nice. This part and this part. I mean, this is essentially this. Like, it's, I mean, to the T. The shape is... Yeah, this is like a slope. It's very nice. With a little dent. That's why you see a little bit of light catching this. That's why you see a little bit of light. I think... So you see this mouth structure. And then you see this, like, this angle right here. That's why you see a little bit of light catching down here. While this whole thing is trying to be shady. Love it. Just feels good. Just feels good. I think it feels like I'm coming back to understanding how my pencils draw. All right. As I was saying, I'm going to start my art account. And definitely got to do little viral stuff here and there. This is game dev, everyone. Something like that. This feels much better. Something. I think there's like roundness here a little bit. I like this brush. It actually feels like I'm sketching with a pencil. It's pretty cool. All right, let's de-age these people or this person by cleaning up some of the lines here. Now, you and I both know as soon as I start coloring this, it's going to get ruined. I just need a discipline. I need a clear discipline to make sure not to over-render, or the kind of discipline I need is actually not even over-rendering. The kind of discipline I need is blocking colors out instead of having things like transition between values too quickly, or not too quickly, but transitioning between values like nilly-willy. I need to be more intentional, I think. That's definitely the weakness of mine, which I think I definitely need to address. There you go. Wait, is this Matt Mercer? Honestly, kind of. That's kind of funny. Just gotta submit it as a Matt Mercer fan art now. I mean, this is what that is, honestly. meaning of some of these lines. Like that. I can delete this too. Erase this too. Something like that, I think. Yeah. Looks good, right? Null Studio says hi. Hi, Null Studio. Measure Tour or Mage Tour says, super excited for an art account. Your game character concept designs have been super creative, like that one blood drop character you designed in one stream. Oh yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. I like going strong with the motifs, honestly, because I just don't want to like come up with concept just out of nowhere. Not because it's not good, just because I think giving meaning to a shape definitely helps think about it better. But thanks, yeah. I'm excited about it too. Keeping the actual source secret because I want people to naturally find it. I definitely should create Instagram as well, but I wanted to try see if I can figure out the trends better on the art space for TikTok. So I'm trying that right now. Nocio says, nah, the hairline is too low to be him. That's true. Hey, look. You know what we're talking about. Tricky Lady says, hello, Ezra. I see you. Hello, Tricky Lady. I was worried for a moment that I thought you weren't here to stalk me. Now I have a Stockholm syndrome or something. Whatever you call that. Don't get the wrong idea, though. Let's see. McQuarrie says, your drawing skills are too good. Oh, come on, McQuarrie. Thank you. I appreciate it. I am getting better, though. I am definitely getting better than I was, like, last time I tried. So let's hope that it keeps going. Let's see. Nelsio says, a man explaining something obvious to a woman like they are dumb. What is mansplaining? Oh. Nelsio says, was that bait? Maybe that was a bait. Are you saying I'm mansplaining? You know, honestly, this channel is just full on mansplaining, though. By definition. Because I'm over here just explaining everything I do out loud. So technically, this is a mansplaining channel. I should be like professional mansplainer. As the dev, the professional mansplainer. Oh, I love ruining this. I would love to ruin this by start coloring. That's the scariest part. Some of you guys missed it, but I just proved my colorblindness by taking the colorblind test. And, you know, I knew about it, but makes me even more self-conscious. Look, a handsome man staring at you. What do you do? That's the game. A handsome man with intense eye stares at you. What do you do? There he is. There you go. Give it a little bit of a neckline. I want to make pretty things. But pretty things are hard to make. I do get a little bit of like creator jealousy when I see people making like beautiful things. I'm like, oh, I want to make that. I wish I could just go beep, beep, beep. And then it's that. You know what I mean? Um, uh, colleagues. Nelsie just said, damn, I'm a woman-splainer. We mansplain, woman-splain. We kid-splain. We gender-neutral splain. I think that's just called autistic and ADHD, maybe. Nah, we don't want to, what do you call? What's the term? I don't know the term. Anyways. Tricky says, geez, with the woman-splaining. Ugh, you ask a man something and his girls answer. What? Goodness gracious. Nolstius is like all us women are dumb. Lol. Wow. You made me say that. Don't. No. I'm just reading it. This is not me saying these things, okay? Tricky Lady says, I don't actually know much about you, Ezra. It's okay. You know enough. It's about the journey. It's about finding us out, right? We don't have to know everything from the beginning to have an opinion or, you know. Part of the fun is learning and growing. Forever. Mage Tour says, your content is literally producing games and arts. You're the only person here allowed to mansplain. Yeah, I suppose so. Tricky says, do you have a girlfriend or boyfriend? Where do you live? What color are your socks? Are those glasses to see your screen or far away? Oh my gosh. All right, we're not going to seriously answer this. But I get the joke. I can answer one question. My socks are currently black, but I do like colorful socks. Bethany says, my friend has been very successful as a VFX artist and has pretty severe color blindness. A lot of his work he just has to ask his coworkers for sanity checks, but he does lovely art still. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, my red green doesn't impact me as much. I do have one issue. I remember painting skin and people are always commenting how green they were. I'm like, oh, huh. It's an orc. Tricky says, what Asian are you? I am Korean. Well, I have inherited Korean blood. Nationality wise, dual citizen. Mage Store says this one got me. Are those glasses to see your screen or far away? Yeah, I have a nearsightedness, right? The typical one. I can't see far. How old are you? I think I've said that before. 35. How many fingers am I holding up? You're holding 4 up. McCurry says lol. Tricky Lay says, what would be my favorite color if you were to pick my favorite color, but I sent no to you your first 3 suggestions? It would be lilac. What did you study? I studied computer science and physics, but graduated with a computer science degree. Nolstio says, dude, you looked at the camera, not at me, and told me to stop. You locked eyes with me personally. Oh, did I? I know what I'm doing sometimes. 13. You're holding 13 fingers up. Yeah, exactly. Magister says, the drawing looks like it's judging the conversation in chat. It really is, isn't it? Tricky Lady says, I was actually hoping Null was going to womansplain them all to me. Well, unfortunately, Null doesn't know enough about me to do all that. All right, let's see. You know what I can do here? Let's see. I don't know where I'm going to save this. Stream art. There it is. Illustration 11. I'm probably going to export the timestamp out as my first, or not timestamp, but what do you call time lapse, as my first submission to the world of art TikTok. And it's going to say a little bit, trying to get out of 15-year art block, or watch me try to get out desperately 15-year art block. I know that's going to do well. It's funny because people just love anticipating something as it comes out. And then they also love like complaining that they can agree with. Is 60 seconds too long? Should be 15. Here. Somebody's gonna be like, AI. Let's see. Measure Tour says, jokes aside, you would write amazing dialogues in silly RPGs like Undertale. You're very creative. Try looking into that. You know what? We should use Tricky Lady to come up with some RPG dialogues. Tricky says, I studied multimedia, all media like films and sound. So also director. Tricky! Okay, how much if I were to say I need help directing or generally... I'm sure you're a professional, so I probably can't afford you, but I definitely need a little bit of guidance on the videos now because I'm tired of doing it myself, and it's a lot of work, and especially because I don't come up from there. Ugh, it's a struggle. I guess Measure says, it all makes sense now. That's so cool. Nalcio says, my autistic nerve voice activates. Well, actually, Stupid Trick would never know it would be blue, green, beige, then finally light lavender. Yeah, I really enjoy not making any money. You know, don't we all? Honestly, if we could live without making any money, we would. Hey, what is this? What's the difference between all and 30 seconds? 1080? That's okay, I think. All right, I'm going to export this. Now, where does it go, though? Is it going to tell me where to save it? No, it's just going to export it in random place. It's not going to tell me where it's going to export it. It's just going to export it, and I better like it. It's like, no, stupid Ningen. A computer overlord has taken over. The official T3 says, have you thought about making a video about Godot control nodes? Having a built-in drag and drop feature? I was having a lot of trouble with it, but finally figured it out. New devs would probably benefit. You know what? Honestly, I think that's a good idea. Are you in our Discord, official T3? I would love to see you share what you've done. Kind of like a written devlog. And then I can straight up copy. No, I'm not going to copy it. I can try to do it in person and see. So there's at least guidance. Because I don't actually know what people say is the right way to do it. Because in my head, dragging and dropping control... Like, doing a selection on control is just focus. But I feel like there should be some built-in functions for drag and dropping. But what does it mean, you know? Do it with the process and whatnot? But yeah, thanks for sharing. Sounds great. Tricky says he picked Lilac. That's your name. What? She says, "Oh, your name is not Lilac." Oh, to me that looks kind of pink purple. Did you just change my name? Tricky says, "Yeah, the making no money part definitely makes me seem professional. You know, you gotta always oversell yourself." No Stu says, "Wow, lady splaining my own name." Wow. It's about to get violent out here. Tricky says, I got like 28 game, movie, and a series script half finished, so I'm really good at doing half of the work. Oh my gosh, that's perfect. I'll do the half the work and you can do the other half. The official says, well, I also am not a good dev, so my implementation probably sucks. No! I mean, if it has problem, it's somewhere to build up from, you know? Because the problem for me is that if I were to just do it, from blank, I know for a fact that it's going to be the first iteration of the feature, and somebody will always have something to say about it. All right. Okay, watch me color this and ruin it, okay? So I'm not very good with colors, and I think what I want to do is gonna color skin orange. Yep, because that's what skin looks like. And I'm just gonna go whoop whoop whoop. And then we're gonna go yellow for the forehead area, maybe even green. And then we're gonna go a little desaturated blue for the chin area. And then go in between somewhere. And then let me go a little bit redder for the nose. Wait, is that working? Okay, see, difference between this red and orange to me doesn't feel very strong. Like, oh my god, that's so pink. See, at least I can see that. Oh, yes. Perfect. I think this is what a human nose looks like, if I remember correctly. Yay. Exactly like this. Right, everyone? This is what nose looks like, right? Or like this. Yay. Perfect. Art. Cinema. Yeah, exactly like this, right, everyone? Maybe a little desaturated. Let's see. I don't know. Did I go like this? I mean, I need to definitely block out colors better, so maybe that's what I'm going to practice here. Because I don't want to do any kind of soft handling of colors. I want to say there's like an intense orange light out here, or yellow light. So draw some of this, like so. And then do like this. Something like that. I don't know why this color is that color, but don't ask me questions because I don't have the answers. Ta-da! Perfect. Magitor says cinema. Let's see. I'm seeing hot tub. Let's see what we're talking about here. Tricky Lady says her name is the color lilac. For real, for real. She was picked from the field like a lilac. Major Sir says your friendly chat a reminder to do all that on a different layer. Oh, you know what? I'm so terrible at doing layering. It's okay, everyone. I'm not saving this. Tricky says, can't believe Covino thinks I'm too old, then meets up with same age Ezra. Covino's just a youngin', you know? Us elders has to unite. Tricky says, for a hot tub. Oh, yes, that's right. Hot tub stream. We were supposed to do that. Yeah, it's coming up. Sometime in the future. We'll do, how about a little bit of cooler gray shadow. I do think that this probably is a little bit too dark, but maybe we should pull back a little bit. Anyways, whatever. Let's see what this does. Whew. That's dork. That's dork, everyone. No, don't like. Maybe I can go like this. That's a little bit more acceptable, I think. No, I'm not going to fix the nose, everyone. I think the nose is a perfect color. Wait, what happened to the pencil line? this is okay. I'm trying my best not to over render it. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I am also losing it mentally at the moment. I think my level of care has this song. Okay. I don't know if you guys can hear it. I used this for my recent video. Listen to this. Can you not hear it? What the heck? No way. Can you hear it? Okay. Okay. I use it for my video recently, but I was really like, oh my gosh, what the heck? Because last year in GMTK, not Gmail. Don't look at my email, everyone. Last year in GMTK, I made this like a gym game, like working out game or whatever. And that I wrote the music myself. Obviously, not a good music, but it's a music. But it reminded me, if I can, where is it? Hold on. I'm gonna get there. Not this, but just tiny bit. I mean, yes, it's a little different, but you see what I'm saying? A little bit, maybe? I don't know. In my head, it sounded closer, but I guess not. It's obviously much better here, but I was like, oh, sounds familiar. No, wait. No, there was another song that I wrote that was similar to this. Maybe not. All right. I'm just tripping here now. All right. Perhaps I should have checked before I said all this, because I was a little bit convinced that I didn't need to check. Anyways. Chat. Cinema Cooley says, this is me when allergies hit. I turn into Rudolph. Like this red nose? Exactly. Tricky says, boop, boop. Boop the Rudolph nose. I would literally sneeze. Airshake says, yo, how we doing? No, we can't. Green Cap, yes, we can now. What the heck? You know everything, lol. From audio pro to tech. I mean, not good. My hope is that I can get better. That would be awesome. But there's just not enough time in the world. You know what? Honestly, after having done like color that red in, it doesn't look that off actually. Maybe this is too much. What do you think? Don't they highlight this area usually? Like that? Something feels a little bit weird, but maybe it just needs to be a grayer version of this orange. And just go like, oops. Just keep it the same hue. Then pump it up a little bit, maybe. Something like that, I think. little bit cooler shadow. Perhaps I should follow the reference for this as well, so I'm not ruining all this. But you see what I'm trying to say here. The gray catches, the green. The red does seem a little bit too intense, even for a red nose. But you know what? I'm going to say that's stylistic freedom, everyone. Okay. Pugni says, solo game dev. Yes, solo game dev indeed. Addicted Human says, did you always draw as a hobby or art in general? I mean, I haven't touched it in a while, but art has always been my hobby. I just haven't done it in like 10 years, seriously. So I would say my skill level is around that of a 20-year-old who just started. However, in between those times, something that I did do is whenever like art content come up in my feed, I pay attention to it. I do watch it because I like them. So there's that. So I did learn some new things here and there that I didn't know before. But I don't think it's sufficient enough to say anything meaningful from it. Let's see. But it's also nothing. Okay, not me just stirring. It's also not nothing, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say here. Oh, whoops. I guess eraser... Need eraser is okay. I just like textured brush. I just don't know how to draw clean things or do it cleanly. I just like this like messy, like just put stuff, just plaster stuff here and there and hope that it's become something type of direction, you know? Okay, it's a little bit too dark, I think. But whatever, if it works, it works. Oops, wrong one. Wrong tool. Oh! I cropped it. Whoops. Dee. Okay. And I suppose since we're getting for this like yellow highlight thing, we could just easily put some of these things out. Yeah. Oh, whoa. Oh, it's really laggy, this brush. I don't like this brush. Why is brush laggy? Seems like that defeats the purpose of having a brush. Almost feel like. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna get a really solid color. Put it out here. Let's go. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, bing. So, bing, 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 bing. You like my little vocal stem? The idea is that, you know, I'm just a hair of application here. And then some of the lights are kind of glowing through, right? Oops. Kind of works. Kind of looks 3D. Then perhaps these actually catches some different type of saturation. Oh, okay, that red doesn't look like red to me. Nelsia says, why can't someone make a machine that just takes what I want to do and makes flawless code out of it? That's not AI. Do you use a tablet? You bring up art, so now I have an excuse to not work on my jam game. I do have a tablet, but right now it's not connected. It's a Wacom tablet, 13-inch or something like that, 16 maybe. Usually screen comes up, but you know what? Having used, so all my life I used the type of tablets that only have like, what do you call? Only have no screen, not only have the type that doesn't have screen on them. But after having used the screened type for a while, I have to say I prefer the non-screened tablet. Is that weird? Because I don't know. It feels, for digital art at least, looking down doesn't feel that good to draw. I don't know if that makes sense. Maybe it doesn't make sense. You heard it here first, folks. Ezra doesn't like looking down on people. But you know what I mean. Is this good enough? Maybe. The yellow is a little bit weird. This hair shape is a little bit weird. It almost looks like he's wearing a wig. Will you wear a wig? When will you wear a wig? But, you know. I guess I could just cover this up too, honestly. And do some strands here and there. Oops. Lag. But hopefully that answers the question. I wouldn't... Let's see. Cooley says, I prefer it too. Something about the screen didn't feel right. Yeah, I mean, I always like... When I first started into digital art, when I was like just a wee lad, and I was working with like small surface, and you know, the first time you go from screen to paper is really weird, or first time you go from paper to screen is really weird because it's too slippery. The coordination feels weird. It doesn't feel like you can do as much detail because you're used to like drawing. Because, you know, when you first start, when you're drawing obsessed about the details, you're like this. You're like this, right? Or you're drawing all the tiny details, and that's why we obsess over all the great mechanical pencil. I don't know if this is a common experience, but at least I did. And then you go to digital art, and then at the time, at least, when I was a wee lad, you know, technology wasn't that great. So option was pretty limited. And so you're kind of forced to learn to draw big picture, less detail. And then you see all these like professionals using the screen version of the tablet, and you're like, you know what? Man, I love drawing with like pencil. If it was screen, it's going to feel just like that. I can draw the detail. I can see the details closely. But now after years of practice of seeing picture as like a overall shape as opposed to a detail, I definitely prefer what do you call this? But alas, that is also not that important. And then now we can do this. It's a little trick. Like that. There you go. Could be better. Not too worried about it. The grays can be a little bit brighter, especially if the light is coming through. I think the center part probably is really bright. Doesn't have to be really bright. It just needs to be brighter than this to make it look like it's like kind of glowing. And I might even go blue here. Actually, orange light is something I think could be pretty sick. Oops. So like this. Still gray. I'll just catch some of this. And obviously the iris needs to be replaced with more glowy color, but that's a general idea, wouldn't you say? Major says the Wacom Cintiq was such a long distance dream from our kids. Haha, yeah, no. I mean, in some sense, I studied computer science and worked at big tech just so that I can get my Wacom Cintiq. And now that I finally reached it, I prefer it with half of its capacity. Bamboo was good enough at the time. Personal Haiti says, hi, WSB, I don't know what's up, I'm guessing. Hey, can I ask you something? Yeah, sure. I don't know when you asked that, but... Hello there, lovely to meet you all, says Harry. Hello, Harry. Giannis the Wanderer says, hello. Hello, Giannis. Pet pet. Hi. Are we saying hi and petting? Great. Measure says, wait, hold on. Vegetor says, I still can't make the change. I only use sketchbooks. Although I've tried paper-like screen protectors to get the feel on the iPad, but it's just not the same. No, it isn't the same. And I have terrible time doing physical medium. Because also the color mixing and color selecting is completely different. But you really can't beat the undos. The undos you can do. Also, there are a lot of good brushes out there, which I don't utilize myself, which I should. That gives really like good feeling, that similar feeling. But yeah. Let's see. Sorry, Personal Haiti. I don't know if you're still here, but I will answer your question. Mel says, I just noticed he has skin in his eyes. Please erase the skin in his eyes. He has skin in his eyes? What do you mean? Coley says, I got a pet. Not sure how to feel about that. And it says, everyone needs a pet from time to time. Oh, that's nice. Fair enough. Measure says, yes, undo and infinite color wheel. And canvases and textures are absolutely a blessing. Yes. And some of the colors you can't make an ink out of. Though I have to say, though, it'll never be the same as physical medium when it's displayed. Nothing really beats the physical media being displayed, honestly. The experience of like the way the light catches the texture, the way... I mean, that's the most important thing. The way the light catches texture of the paint and how it interacts with the... colors, and also the way it looks different in different light or like different room. Man, when I first saw that officially and like when I first started paying attention to that kind of stuff, I was like, oh my god, this is so magical. Good enough, everyone. I think I'm about to overbake this. We'll call it, and I'll save it as well. I need more facial structure studies. Something that I'm noticing here is because the way I highlighted this part right here, it makes it look like there's a lot of fat here. So technically, if I really want to color this the shape I want, I think I need to be more disciplined with this, like, block. Just need to do this. This is more like the shape I wanted to represent with this, I think. Like so. Like, that's more... Yeah. That's more of the shape. Catch it right here. Maybe catch a little bit right here. Beautiful. And then maybe even bring the dark color from this as well. Yeah. I mean, I guess we could afford to go a little bit darker down here too, actually. This also means this can go a little bit brighter. Okay, I said I'm gonna stop, but I keep overbacking this. Yeah, good enough. Okay, let me stop myself. Okay, okay. You know what? Good enough for the day. All in the day's work. Thanks for hanging in, everyone. It's been pretty chill. I just turned off the music here. Let's rate out. And I'll probably make a little TikTok video. Say hi if you find me in the wild. You will never find it. Oh man, this is so clean. I gotta be a little bit more disciplined on this. I'm gonna study this a little more later. The texture is so intentional. One day. Let's see. I gotta make it so that I don't have the... I'll pop this out real quick. Boop. Pop out chat. Let's see. Cooley says, nice long stream. Thank you, thank you. Measure Tour says, this was really chill and nice. Thanks, Ezra. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging. Yeah, go join Discord. Tell me about everything. Cooley says, or share your work. Yes, indeed. Oh, Hypnotic's online. We'll go Hypnotic. A game dev stream. Hypnotic doesn't do art. Not now, at least. He does sometimes, I think. I don't know. I've never witnessed it. We shall go, everyone. Thanks for watching. And I will see you next time on the episode of something. All right. Okay. Bye, everyone. Okay. Come on. There you go. Okay. Hypnotic's always in my chat. All right. Bye, YouTube.